Okay. All right, Lourdes, we can begin.
Okay, this meeting is being called to order. Please stand for the flag salute.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all.
Adequate notice of this meeting has been given in accordance with the Open Public Meeting Act pursuant to Public Laws 1975, Chapter 231. This agenda is complete to the extent known and was sent to the Trenton Times and the Trentonian newspapers, posted on the first floor bulletin board in City Hall, filed in the city clerk's office, and posted in the City of Trenton website. Formal action will be taken. Roll call. Councilwoman Edwards?
Present.
Councilwoman Feliciano? Present. Councilwoman Figueroa Kettenberg?
Present.
Councilwoman Frisbee?
Present.
Councilman Harrison had informed us that he will be absent today. Councilwoman Williams?
Present, you presenter.
Councilwoman Gonzalez?
Presente.
We have a quorum. Okay. Almighty God, who holds the fate of man and nation, we most humbly beseech thee to bless this our city, these deliberations, and these thy servants, that they may act with wisdom and understanding for the good of our community and the greater glory. Amen.
Amen. Thank you.
The first thing on the agenda is a recognition.
Yes, so we're going to take this time to recognize Miss Raisha Barlow, who's in the building. I'm going to let out at the end. Go ahead. Raisha is someone who most of us know in the city of Trenton as most of them call her, the Trenton's Maya Angelou, for all of her poetry that she does, not just at funerals, but also at weddings and different festivities. And we just wanted to recognize Raisha because recently she was pardoned by the governor, Phil Murphy. And so I just thought that was worth recognizing here in May. May is like Women's Month. I know it's officially March and Women's Month, but it is Mother's Day and we celebrate Mother's Day. And I just wanted to shout you out and make sure that we recognize you along with our colleagues. There were several of us on this council who actually wrote letters and for recommendations for Raisha to be pardoned. And I know Councilwoman Feliciano, Councilwoman Frisbee, Sam, Commissioner Frisbee. There were so many people that wrote letters, and I was just honored that it was accepted. They read our words and they actually pardoned Ms. Raisha Barlow. So I'm just going to read through briefly a recognition for Ms. Raisha Barlow on behalf of the Trenton City Council. And it says, whereas Raisha Barlow, proud daughter of Trenton, New Jersey, was born to the late Deborah Jean Barlow and James McCall, and lovingly raised by her grandmothers, the late Mrs. Rose Jackson and esteemed community activist, Mrs. Helen McCall. And whereas, despite facing early life adversities, including incarceration at the Clinton Adult Correctional Facility, Raisha Barlow found strength and solace in her first love of writing, which helped to transform her circumstances into a powerful journey and redemption and creative expression. And whereas from the age of 12, Raisha began nurturing her gift for writing, later contributing articles to Trenton's Nubian News and crafting over 500 heartfelt poems and her endearing title of Trenton's Maya Angelou. Her literary accomplishments include the publication of her acclaimed novels On the Other Side of the Boulevard, Parts 1 and 2, Abused, Survived and Bossed Up, and Envy's Lion's Den, with her work being optioned by BET for a development deal in 2020, further solidifying her status as an emerging voice in urban fiction and screenwriting. And whereas Raisha Barlow has been a pillar of her community, using her talents to comfort grieving families with weekly poems, she has been honored and received several accolades throughout the city of Trenton and with different organizations such as Seed Male Mentoring Program, the state of New Jersey, the Trenton Housing Authority, and the Trenton City Hall for her valuable contributions to the arts. And whereas in 2025, Raisha Barlow was granted she was pardoned by Governor Phil Murphy, a profound acknowledgement of her extraordinary transformation, her determination, her dedication to being a living testament that redemption and success are always within reach. Raisha Barlow continues to inspire us as a mother, a poet, an author, a screenwriter. And I was just told recently that one of her books is going to be changed, is going to be transformed into a movie. So we definitely want to say congratulations to her. And so now therefore be it resolved that the Trenton City Council recognizes and acknowledges Ms. Raisha Barlow for her remarkable journey and resilience in her reinvention and outstanding literary achievements and her tireless service to the community. So we wanted to shout you out, and I just wanted to show that she actually received her pardon papers from the governor just yesterday, I believe. And so she was pardoned on April 8th. I think it was April 8th of last month. So we just want to say congratulations and let people know that you can have a second chance, you know? So I just want to shout you out. I love you. I admire you. My church sister, you know, we do ministry together, and I just want to, you know, to make sure that we as council acknowledged her. So I want to open the floor up to any council members who may want to say a few words.
Council President,
Yes, ma'am.
thank you. Raisha, you know, I'm excited for you, love you, congratulate you, but I have something special for you in honor of Raisha Barlow. You've always been someone special from the time you were conceived, a woman who does what she feels is right with more accomplishments on the horizon to be achieved, a woman who is dedicated and works hard in every way, hustling 9 to 5, raising your daughter Mazzani and helping with Miss Petunia along the way. You are strong, courageous, and beautiful. You are talented, sweet, and fun. A wonderful mixture of so many traits of a good woman, all rolled into one. A poet who has blessed so many over the years with your gift of verse. It's amazing to see you prepare to speak, always taking a moment first to rehearse. You are a woman who has made mistakes, and as a result, you paid your dues, so much so that God saw fit to bless you and allowed Governor Murphy to give you the news. You have been pardoned for the things you've done, a fresh start, a dream come true. For the woman who has celebrated so many, Raisha Barlow, today, we once again celebrate you. By Crystal Marie Feliciano, Councilwoman at Large. Love you.
So, Raisha, I just wanted to congratulate you. This is well-deserved. You have performed at many events that I have been at, and you have blessed every individual that has ever been in your voice, in your to hear your voice. So congratulations. Keep moving forward. Keep being a trendsetter, and just keep paving your own path. God has got you. Your community has got you, and we are just proud, godly proud of you. So I just want to say again, congratulations. Know that I love you, my sister, and I support you. And to God be the glory for all the great things that He's done in your life.
What else? All right, Councilwoman Williams.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. So ma'am, I just want to congratulate you on everything that's occurred from Governor Murphy, as well as your writing and being optioned. Hopefully we'll see your projects on the screen or on television soon. And I'm just also want to say, I'm glad that God gave you the ability and the inspiration and the talent for writing, because it's an important way to express ourselves. It's an important way for us to be able to share our experiences. And I know you're inspiring many, many people. So God bless to you.
Yes.
Madam President.
Council Vice President.
Thank you. Raisha, I just want to say congratulations. You have been such an inspiration to myself, to the entire community. You have been there. I've witnessed you recite poems at the happiest of events to the saddest in this city, and have given people hope that they will recover, hope that they will do better, and encouragement for those that are already on the right track. I commend you for all of the work that you're doing with the returning citizens population. They really need you and look up to you. You are the epitome of what a second chance looks like. I just want to say congratulations. It's well-earned, well-deserved.
Thank you. So we will just allow her to say a few words, if you wanted to come up to the mic before we take a group picture. You want to say? Oh. Text them.
Giving honor to God, for all that He has done in my life. A lot of people don't know my story, but I shared that with you guys when I talked to you about writing letters for me to the governor. And I just wanted to thank you guys personally, because when I got that call from the governor, I had to really explain what my relationship was with the people that wrote for me. So I just want to tell you guys how you have inspired me. That's why I ask specific people to write for me. I thank you so much, Crystal. You know, we go way back, but I thank you just for being an inspiration to me and my daughter, for how we met you through your program, your nonprofit. Yes, my church sister, my sister in Christ, you know, you the bomb. Like, I've always looked up to you and everything you do in the community. And I always inspired to be like ladies, a lady like you and Jossie that's really doing the work. Tesca, everything. I mean, if I ever needed a big sister or somebody to talk to or an example to lead by, you would definitely be it. Very classy lady. Thank you for all that you do in our community as well. And thank you to all the councilmen, the mayor, my pastor Darius Daniels, Pastor Taylor, everybody that wrote for me. This was life-changing for me. I always said I never wanted to go on the ground in debt or with this number attached to me. So half the battle is won. I still got to pay my debt. Still owe the money, but that's going to be taken care of as well. I just wanted to thank the city of Trenton as well for giving me a second chance. When I came home from prison, I always said that I wanted to help people like me, people that wanted a second chance in life. And I did this through a nonprofit organizations for 12 years. But then I was given the opportunity to work for the city of Trenton doing the same thing. And I feel like I am a blessed somebody. I get all the time from my clients. I tell them if I can do it, y'all can do it, because I was sitting on the opposite side of my desk at one time. So I'm just glad that I'm able to encourage someone else. I want to thank my director, Diego, who's over the Health and Human Services Department, that when I need to speak with him concerning reentry, he's always willing to listen. I want to thank RB, who is now an RBA, Maria Richardson, who continues to allow me to stay here to do what I do. And I also want to thank my boss and my head supervisor, Ruth Carter, as well as Janet Porter. Miss Janet does so much that a lot of people don't know about behind the scenes with reentry. And what I like about Miss Porter is she allowed me to do me. She know I do reentry from the heart, and I get on the ground with it. I'm in the projects, I'm on the corners, I'm talking to folks on a regular basis. I'm downtown Trenton, I'm everywhere just to see how I can help. And we have a very important meeting tomorrow to see how much more we can do in the city of Trenton. So I thank God for supervisors like her, you know, that where I'm able to just be me and do what needs to be done in my community. Again, I'm not going to hold you guys up, but I want to thank my family for coming. My auntie, my cousin Dion, and my cousin Tracy, and my co-workers, Madeline. And thank you guys for everything you do for our community and being there for me when I need it.
Wait, we're gonna take a group picture real quick, guys. We're just gonna take a quick group photo down on the, right by the podium. All right, Ms. Lewis, we could go right along into our introductions of the budget.
Colin?
Good evening, Council President, City Council, Maria Richardson, Business Administrator. This evening, we will be introducing our recommended budget for the calendar year 2025. This budget assumes a transitional aid for $45 million and $10 million in capital city aid. So now to break the tradition of the last few years, I am going to ask our Assistant Business Administrator to present this council and the public with the details of the 2025 calendar year budget.
Good evening, everyone. Colin Cherry, Assistant Business Administrator. Thank you. As usual, just to note, this presentation will be posted on our website once we're done here this evening. So any members of the public who do not hear it tonight or want a copy of it, it is available for you on the website and will be tomorrow. So our overview this year, our budget totals $280.3 million, including grants. That's a decrease of approximately 2.4 million compared to last year. As mandated by the Department of Community Affairs, we have included a municipal tax rate increase of 2%. That is from $3.67 to $3.70, so an increase of 3 cents. The municipal tax levy, which includes schools, minimum library tax, and our municipal tax, that's going to increase from 83.8 million to 85.5 million. That's an increase of 1.7 million for the total levy. And as the business administrator stated, this budget assumes $45 million in transitional aid, as well as $10 million in capital city aid. We do not have a firm written commitment for those numbers, but those are the numbers DCA has instructed us to introduce the budget with. The appropriations cap, which I'm sure you all recall, was a challenge last year. We are exceeding the appropriations cap by $21.3 million. So as is, we would need to seek a waiver from DCA to exceed the cap as we did last year. Most of this is in fact money that was from exceeding the cap last year, a little over $9 million in public safety. And then last year, we also received a $5 million cap exception to increases in healthcare. We haven't really seen that this year, but the increase from last year, we no longer receive that exemption for. and the remainder is largely salary and usual increases. I know that no one can see this from this distance, but just know that when you do see the document, this is a detailed comparison of the adopted budget from calendar year 2024 and our introduced budget for calendar year 2025, comparing all of the various categories. This is our visual of our revenue, the same pie chart that we do every year, just so everyone can see sort of a visual representation of what we receive. Largely on the right, most of our state aid, and you'll see the other revenues scattered throughout. Our revenue total is 256.1 million, excluding grants, which are a little over 15 million. As I noted before, there's $45 million in transitional aid assumed here, and other state aid, we have 10 million in capital city aid again, and we're going to be receiving 59.7 in energy receipts tax, which is just an automatic allocation. Our appropriations outlook, as usual, about 40% of the budget is salaries. Another 20% or so is insurance. And again, this will be available on our website for the public, so you can go ahead and download it and take a look at all of these segments as well. The department costs themselves are about half of our budget, which is pretty typical. We don't really see a lot of change there. Fringe, a little over a quarter. Debt service is about 6% of our total budget. General liability, workers' comp, about 4%, and the remainder is a collection of other things. We talked a little bit about the taxes, but just to restate it, the municipal tax levy, excluding school and minimum library, is going to be increased by $1.6 million, which is about 2%. The municipal tax rate, going out an extra digit, is going from 3.672 to 3.707, which is a little over 3 cents. And for a property that has an assessed value of $100,000, that's going to be a $35 tax increase per year. And that is our presentation. Are there any questions from members of the council?
Council President,
Councilwoman Williams.
thank you. So, Mr. Cherry, I happened to
Yes.
see in the one pie chart, there was listed 6.5% under surplus
For revenue?
for
Yes.
revenue. Okay. So that being included, that sounds like it's not enough to mitigate a tax increase.
So the tax increase is mandatory from the DCA. So it is true that surplus has not mitigated it. However, the presence of the tax increase was not driven by the revenue need. It was driven by, it's simply a requirement of the DCA to be permitted to access transitional aid for this year.
So under the MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, we are absolutely 100% required to do this.
It is not part of the MOU exactly. It is more that it is part of our application process. So if we wish to access transition aid for our budget, for our calendar year 2025 budget, DCA has mandated that as part of that application, as part of that request, we must raise taxes by 2%.
Understood. So at the end of the day, our property owners and homeowners should know that there's no way around this.
Correct.
Okay.
It is mandatory. If we want the transition aid, this is a requirement of that.
And then I was very pleasantly happy to see the increased amount, as I'm sure many folks will. Do we know when that will be locked in and that's assured?
We have not received a date certain. Usually we receive it toward the end of June, beginning of July, but as of today, we have not received any notice of the date that we will receive an official response.
Okay, so I'll pray the rosary that we still get it. All right, thank you very much for answering my questions. Thank you,
Of
Mayor.
course.
Any other council members? I think that's it. I just have one quick question. But do we have another contingency plan for a budget if they say we don't get that amount?
We will certainly reevaluate our budget as required, but we would need to know the dollar amount before we really took any adjustments. But as of now, we haven't heard that this is not what we will receive. So we're operating under the assumption that these are the revenues and the appropriations accordingly.
Mhm. Thank you, Mr. Cherry.
Of course.
I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is a presentation from Kingsbury, an update. This
Yeah.
is not on the schedule, but, it is being allowed by council.
Thank you. It was omitted from the agenda, but they were supposed to be on here to give us an update on Kingsbury. But before we do that, Ms. Lourdes, I think I wanted to take a motion to approve the introduction of the budget. That's okay with you? Can we do that first?
Motion to adopt the introduced budget.
So,
Maybe we have, I was about to say, maybe we have a motion?
so moved.
Second.
On roll call, Councilwoman Edwards,
So we're adopting the budget today, or is it just
The,
being?
no, the
Council President,
introduction.
if I may provide clarity,
Yes, Director.
you're just approving the introduction of the budget
Yes.
for consideration.
Right, okay.
We're not approving the actual,
So approving the introduction of the, okay, so
Yes.
yes.
Councilwoman Feliciano. Yes. Councilwoman Figueroa Kettenberg. Yes. Councilwoman Frisbee,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
Yes,
Council President Gonzalez.
yes.
It has carried.
Thank you. And at this time, we're going to have a short presentation on an update from Kingsbury.
Hello, everyone.
Good evening.
Tonight we'll be talking about Kingsbury Towers preservation, which we've been able to talk about in front of this group for a while now, but glad to say that we're now very much underway with our work. So we'll go over the status of the renovations. We'll talk briefly about the potential redevelopment of the site next door, and then we'll take questions. So we acquired the property towards the end of 2024, just before Christmas. And the construction work that we did went immediately into the vacant units to start the process of bringing them up to a livable level so that we could move residents out of their apartments into those temporarily. Throughout that process, we had a lot of face-to-face meetings with residents. We were also in front of you guys multiple times, and have been a known presence on the site for, the entire last 6 months and going back 2 years at this point. So as of today, we are doing full apartment renovations, not on those vacants that I was just talking about, but on 38 units in the West Tower, which are going to soon be the permanent home for the residents who moved out of those temporarily. Once they're completed, the residents will move back from their temporary apartments back into their brand new home, which we're really excited about, and I'll show you some pictures. And then we'll move on to the 2 next stacks. So just as an example, we're in the A stack and the H stack right now, 19 stories, 38 apartments. Once we're done with those, we'll do 38 more. After that, we'll do 38 more, then move on to the East Tower. So this is the first unit that was completed, which is Unit 1B in the West Tower. And I'm sorry that I actually didn't put a before photo on, but I know many of you have been in the building and probably have a good idea of what it looked like before. But we want to focus on what we're working with now. So wanted to take the opportunity to show this off. Oh, yes, we can talk about elements that are very exciting in this. At a high level, most everything is brand new. Windows are brand new. The heating and cooling system that you can see in the bottom right is probably the largest transformation, in my opinion. Gone are the days of a 2-pipe system with heating and cooling behind the walls that was leaky and had been causing issues for tenants throughout the building for a long time. This is now fully electric, and residents can control the temperature of their apartments. Brand new floors, and resurfaced walls that you can see here. Here's a picture of the bedroom. To the right of this photo, there is another heating and cooling unit in the bedroom with another one of those awesome windows. This is the kitchen with granite countertops, brand new stainless steel appliances, all new plumbing and electric, new lighting, new cabinetry. So it looks great, I think. And again, we're just really excited to show it off, and very soon to bring residents back from their temporary units into these units at no cost to them. It's been difficult, it's been messy. We had to move people around their building, and that's not fun. They deserve a lot for what they're living through right now. But in a matter of a few weeks, they go from living in what is not an acceptable place to something like this. So we're very excited. Here's a photo of the bathroom. Again, everything is brand new. We have not begun work on the common areas, but this is an indicative photo of another property in Jersey that we have done a similar level of repair on. So this gives you an idea of the sort of finishes and lighting that we're shooting for in our design. And we are very excited to now have a handicapped ramp onto the plaza, which was a problem that had not been solved for many years. Folks in wheelchairs had to go into the buildings, into the West Tower through the garage. And so if someone was coming back with groceries, they couldn't be dropped off right at the street level and access the buildings that way. So this is, while not as cool to look at as the apartment, a huge upgrade. This is a temporary version. This will eventually be a permanent feature. All right. And with that, talk about the new construction.
Hello, folks. Good to see you all again. I'm going to continue where Eli left off. We included as part of our work in the last 6 months the demolition of the townhomes, or low rises, as you may refer to them. The demolition has taken multiple months. It was projected to be an enduring process, one we took on deliberately as an important phase in the overall new vision. By removing those buildings, we're freeing up 2.5 acres, again, where 60 units were located. We're freeing up that 2.5 acres for some reconsideration. One element of that is a consideration for a new building that may feature a replacement of those 60 townhomes. I've got 67 indicated here. The concept is to locate those in a 5-story building, thereby consolidating the density into a small area of the 2.5 acres, elevators, which were not a part of the townhomes, and anchor it with a space that may be a non-residential space, which we have talked about as a potential home for a medical arts or healthcare operation. Such an operation would cater to the aging population that's in the towers, in Luther Arms. It could simply be a positive response to deliver healthcare to local users. We have published a request for proposal and distributed it to parties who have requested it, and await decisions from them, which we would evaluate when they submit their responses in the middle of this month. In exhibiting some of what we're talking about, this is the site planning with the existing towers on the left side of the page and the townhomes demoed on the right, where we've got the L shape of the new building, the lighter color corresponds to that healthcare space, surface parking to support that potential user, and a new roadway that acts as a spine to bifurcate the site. In some respects, this allows greater visibility to the church buildings behind on Cooper, which are worth every bit of visibility. And we've also tried to recognize that community representatives want to perpetuate the pedestrian pathway on the on plan right. By the end of the site, we want to keep that pedestrian pathway experience intact. So the spine, that roadway, would be a private access way that would have public, it would be publicly accessible, but privately owned. It would serve the 2 parking levels that are beneath the 2 towers and would obviously create access to the new residential and the new healthcare operation if that was included. And with that, I can bring that to a close.
That was it.
I
said 2 more minutes, but it's okay.
Oh, you were saying 2 more minutes. Okay, those are just some other images. I just want to show that some of the materiality we're playing with, we want to do something that respects the context. These are masonry facades with some expressions on them. So it's a playful allusion to the existing towers, but also recognition of the church nearby. And then we want to celebrate Trenton and its art community. And so we've looked for opportunities to layer on art on the site. These gestures will be included on the Tower Plaza as well as on the surface as indicated here. And then we're trying to make a big production out of the outdoor opportunities as well. So there would be green spaces included, anticipated, since the green has not been the narrative associated with those sites so far. Boom, done.
I know some council members may have a couple of questions or remarks. Councilwoman Frisbee?
So thank you, Eli, and thank you, Jonathan, for bringing us up to speed and the community as well. You did talk about at the last moment there, the green space. That's what I wanted to make sure that was brought to the forefront, making sure that there's green space enough to accommodate all of the residents with all these, having the twin towers and now with the 5-story, the anticipation with that. So thank you for that. The only thing that I did not hear, and I'm sure that you've addressed it, we've addressed it in our meetings, is the elevator issues. Have we resolved elevator issues? Because I know that that is one of the concerns that it seems to be a continuum with the residents.
The short answer is yes, but also we're joined by some folks from the site who work every day at Kingsbury and have seen and used the elevators. So I wanted to invite them up if they want to speak to that. But the short answer is yes. We did some some light capital improvements to the elevators before we started construction because there's construction workers in the elevator and there's only 2 elevators per tower. So not only are the elevators important for residents to get up and down, but our construction project would not work if we couldn't get materials up and down. So in the last few months, it's been pretty good.
Excellent, thank
Yeah.
you.
Madam President?
Yeah, I think she was going to say something.
Yeah, I'm not done.
I'm the property manager at Kingsbury Towers, and we have been working diligently with our company for the elevator concerns. We actually even hired additional security to also make sure that we have one elevator open for construction and the other one for the residents, so that way there's no disruption in their movement in the building, so.
Thank you. Council Vice President?
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
not.
I'm sorry.
I still have.
First,
one
I thought you were
question.
done.
My other question is, since management is here, what is the process if residents have concerns in the building? What is that process for them getting to you and then they knowing that there's going to be communicated back to them with a resolve?
So when we took over in December, we actually put out a flyer to each individual door, to each
Could you come
resident.
closer to the mic? Sorry.
Sorry. When we took over in December, we put out a flyer to each each individual resident to let them know our information as far as our contact numbers for after hours. On the weekends, we have on-call maintenance every day available after 5. So if there's an issue, that goes right to the on-call maintenance technician who gets right back to the resident and addresses their concern. We also are there on the weekends, so sometimes when we're working on Saturdays, they do pop in as well. So we do have communication with them. Unfortunately, sometimes they feel like they need to reach out to city council rather than to us directly, even though we did state it would be a lot faster to get their issues resolved if they contacted us directly, so that it didn't come to you and then you reached out to us and then we reached out to them. So.
Thank you for that. So you answered the other one about after hours, and that means you have an open door policy. So I'm appreciative of that. And my last question is I'm assuming that the answer is yes, but I just want to confirm it. And there's only one office in one tower, not an office in both towers. Is that correct?
We have the management office in the West Tower and we have our relocation specialist located in the East Tower.
Excellent. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam President.
Council Vice President?
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to stay on that subject a bit before I ask my other questions about the communication between the residents and the management company. First of all, I'm excited to see all of this and kudos to you and the progress that you have made so far in this renovations and your efforts to improve the communications. There was a recent water pipe bust about a month or 2 ago at this point. And there were residents that had complained to the administration. I'm not sure if they complained to council members, but they certainly complained to the administration that they had been calling because they didn't have any water all day for 13 hours. And the administration had informed a couple of us council members what had transpired, and that ultimately they were the ones to fix the issue because of a supposed non-response or like just a delay in response from the management company or whoever responds to emergencies. So can you guys explain like what happened, if you have any knowledge of it, and what you've done to improve that?
There have been a number of instances where there have been pipes that break. So I don't know exactly the one that you are referencing, but I think there's maybe 2 stories that might be conflated here. There was a planned water shutdown at the property probably about a month ago, and all the residents were noticed. These guys put flyers on everyone's door and in the hallways. It was planned from 9 a.m. till around 4 p.m. and it ended up going from 9 a.m. to probably 11 p.m., which is a problem. But it was an unforeseen error that took them, our plumbers, longer to fix than was anticipated. And we were all on call, ready to start calling hotels to find people housing for the night if they didn't have access to water. But it's construction, it's messy, and there are things that happen that we can't plan for, but we are very attentive and hope to make it smoother. So I hope that helps answer your question, but we're very well aware of every time the water is down, for sure.
Yeah, yeah. I definitely heard both versions of the story.
Yeah.
But that we were told they did try to reach out to management before anything got elevated to the government officials. So
Yeah,
just wanted to make sure they're able to get through to you guys.
without a doubt.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
So thank you. I wanted to talk a little bit about the low rise situation. How much longer do you think it would take you guys to demolish the low rises? Where are you guys on the funding to rebuild into the 5-story? And then also, I didn't hear anything about a playground for the entire property.
Mm.
A lot of questions.
3 questions.
Yeah.
One I can definitely speak to is the timing of the demolition. I would expect the site to be clean, no debris left, all the material gone in 6 weeks.
Nice.
I think it could be sooner than that, but I would say 6 weeks to be conservative. I'm going to hand it over to John to talk about funding for the new construction.
I think the most important statement we hope to make today in this presentation is the concept plan exists and that we are soliciting interest from the healthcare operators as part of a driver. So to the extent they engage, there is a financing vehicle that's established through the state that would allow us to proceed in tandem or in union with that healthcare operator. The funding exists, and to the extent this healthcare operator wanted to go hand in hand with us on that, we would be ready to go, and maybe that's a 2026 start. In the alternate, we might pursue financing through a competitive process through the state and if successful, be able to pursue a similar timeline. So a 2026 start. We're motivated because we don't want to have vacated 2.5 acres and have it just sit. So while it will be temporarily enclosed during any delayed start, we do intend to work towards financing and an initial timeline for 2026. If we fail, we would try again and do 2027. I would, to your last question, I think what we would like to do is try to address the play area as a design element. I showed a number of images of exterior amenities. Assume that play area for younger residents would be included, and it would be challenge of the design team to come up with something that tied into the new community that we had created. So it may not be jungle gym. It may be something, more artful.
Nice. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you. Councilwoman Williams.
So I have several different questions, and some of them were covered really well by my colleagues, but I just like to emphasize, as far as the demolition and clearing, the neighborhood, the residents there have been waiting a long time to have this finished. It'd be really good if it could happen within 4 weeks. We have
Agreed.
Memorial Day coming, we have the summer, once the heat happens, varmints might be amongst the debris, and it'd be much better if it was done sooner. So hopefully that could happen.
Point taken, and the pressure is on.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So regarding what's the latest on the sprinkler situation, fire suppression for the building?
There are a significant amount of fire safety upgrades planned to the building, most of which are things that were actually an easy fix, like adding smoke detectors and fire extinguishers to every apartment. Some of them include fire doors that automatically close when the alarm goes and an upgraded fire alarm system. all of this is subject to DCA inspection, which was a big topic around when we purchased the building, because there were a lot of existing fines and failed inspections. There is not a planned suppression system in the building independent from the standpipe system that exists today, which will be upgraded and
Can you
made
describe
safe.
that upgrade?
New motors and new pumps, new boxes for every floor where they plug into the standpipe system. That's probably the
So
simplest
the
way
rate
to
of
describe
flow
it.
would be much greater than it used
Oh,
to be
yeah.
before.
Yeah.
Okay.
It
'Cause I know one of the
meets
concerns-
DCA standards
Oh.
for 2025. Yeah.
Thank you. And have you consulted our fire department on these upgrades so far?
I believe we have fire inspections for the entire building ongoing. So yes, that's
Alright.
part of our permit process.
As far as carbon monoxide detectors, would that be something that would also be installed in each?
Included in the smoke
All
detector.
right, excellent, because I know the standards have changed recently.
Yeah.
Informed by TFD. So regarding security, can you go into a little more detail what that is like, what that actually is next? I know within the last year.
sorry,
Security, if
Oh,
you could talk
security?
about what that looks like, what that is for residents, because I know the company has changed within the last year.
Yes. Security, I think today is in a really good place, maybe better than I expected it to be. In terms of guards, we have 24/7 armed security in both towers. Physically, the property lacks what I would call sufficient security measures. And that is one of the first things that we're focused on the whole campus as opposed to in-unit work. It includes over 200 security cameras, which are not just more of them, but better cameras than exist now by a large margin that will be monitored 24/7 by people off campus, but also by security guards in the booths. Access control, meaning people will only be able to enter the plaza, get onto the plaza or enter the buildings with a key fob, which now is not the case. They need key fobs to enter the buildings, but anyone can walk onto the plaza. In addition to that, we're going to secure the garage, which has been a problem for a long time. Cars can come in and out, people can walk in and out. It's unsecured. There are doors in the garage where you still need to scan in to get into the building, but now we're going to take another level of precaution and put a rolling door on the outside of the garage once the repairs are complete. So that's very much front and center in our design.
Okay, no, that's great to hear, because even with armed security, I imagine you still have armed security on site.
Yeah, 24/7.
Are there any cameras in the stairwells of the two towers?
There are a few.
Okay,
We will have one on every landing of every stair
that would be
when we're done.
wonderful.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I've received, I'm sure my colleagues have a lot of complaints, so it's different dealings in the hallways and the stairwells, but even with graffiti, I know we requested that be painted over because some of it, the profanity is pretty blatant.
Yeah,
Is that something would be kept up with still? Is that being
absolutely.
taken care of?
Yeah, that's not the only thing that happens in the stairwells. There's lots of
No,
things
for
that,
sure. I didn't
yeah,
want to describe the other
Yeah.
things that happen.
yeah,
It's a family picture here, so.
yeah.
The other thing is regarding the newer building. I know we had some great discussions in the meetings regarding senior focus. Will the new building where the low rises are 5 stories, will that still have a senior focus or is that still possible?
It's certainly still possible. I think in the scenario where there's a healthcare partner involved, we want to engage them in some of that programming. So consider that a TBD.
Okay. And then regarding the new building additionally, I know elevators are not an inexpensive proposition. Would there be a possibility of a 3rd or 4th elevator for the new building to make sure we're kind of evening out the usage? So in the towers, if one goes out frequently, the other one gets overused. So over time you have more.
Oh,
repair.
in the new building there, we would anticipate at least one new elevator, if not two.
Would there be a possibility of a 3rd or a 4th? Is that something to consider?
I don't know that if we're only doing 67 units, that we can amortize the cost of a 3rd elevator. That would be maybe above and beyond the norm. Even 2 might be a stretch for 67 units, but I note your concern, and I think that we have enough experience in the marketplace to demonstrate that 2 should support, and it would be a new elevator condition. So look, it's only 6 floors, it's not 20. So the circumstances that have characterized the condition in the new, in the tower won't affect the new.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
Lord, does he can keep it on going.
Next on the agenda is public comment for agenda items only. If anyone wishes to speak on any docket items, please come up to the front, state your name, your address. Thank you.
Are there any for the public, for the agenda items?
First individual is Cherry Garrett. She's there? Yeah.
For the public, this is for agenda items only. Okay. Okay, but Kingsbury's not on our agenda as far as that, but yeah, as far as our official business, that's all. Thank you, though, but you could say your remarks when you come back up for your, okay. Good evening, Ms. Garrett. Press the round button. The round button on the, there you go.
Yes. Hello. Thank you, Council President and other council members for allowing me to speak on the budget. I just have a comment about a few things on here under Department of Administration and Department of Finance. I just was here when Mr. Cherry introduced the budget. For the last 3 years, the budget has not been uploaded to the website, the city website. Also, I haven't seen any department budget meetings that is open to the public. From my understanding, when there was the State of the City address, there was no budget presented then. My concern is that we're spending and we're not looking at the costs that's represented with the tax increase. And also, as long as we're getting the transitional budget, if you, just for your information, if you go to the Department of Community Affairs, under the division, local government services, they have all that information for you. And each year they'll inform each municipality what the changes are and how it would affect the municipal budget. Let me see. Also, my concern, I see, I'm speaking about 25-162, and then 25-163. There's 37 tax sales certificates, $1.8 million. That's a lot of money. So that means we're not collecting taxes and we're raising taxes. That's a problem. Let's see, what are these projects? I see a lot of spending on projects. For instance, 25-159 for $485,000 for a small piece of property. That's a lot of money. Also, some more transparency. We need more transparency. We need more information uploaded on the website. Also, that introduction budget should have had a copy. The council should have had a copy of those numbers. And so should had Mr. Cherry. There's no way we sitting back here, even though we heard the conversation, are unable to see those screens. Let's see, budget interview should have, yep. I think that's really about it. Some transparency and some information that's dealing with the city should be uploaded to the website. And that budget is very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garrett. Anyone else?
Next on the list is Robin Vaughn.
Good evening.
Hi, good evening, Council,
Good evening.
Council President, and General Counsel. Thanks for allowing me to speak. The item that I would like to speak on is item 25037. It's an ordinance establishing a high-rise emergency assistance plan for multi-unit residential buildings of 40 units or more and mandating certain emergency actions. Is there a dollar amount associated with that ordinance? If there is some emergency assistance plan, it's like, what are you assisting? Are you assisting with revenue, with cost? Are you giving city resources, public service? Like, what are we giving here? What are we providing assistance? It's no detail here as to what level assistance are you going to provide these private owned multi-residential buildings. And I just wanted to say, I really don't understand the jurisdiction that our government has over these high-rise multifamily buildings. My understanding, and I could be wrong, but I stand corrected, I'll have to engage the law department about this. So DCA is the housing, has a New Jersey State Bureau of Housing Inspections. Their role is to manage and govern and provide appropriate oversight to these privately owned multi-residential buildings. The only pieces of property that you guys should be governing and providing assistance to are the 11 housing developments that is owned by the city through the Trenton Housing Authority. Now, I just want to hear from DCA as to what are they contributing here? Are they not on their job? Why are they relinquishing their job to the city of Trenton? And how much money are they going to be funding this ordinance? Because I hope they don't think the taxpayers of the city of Trenton is going to support this ordinance. And these people who are here talking about the Kingsbury apartments, why aren't they in front of the state legislature? Why aren't they being, why aren't their efforts being reviewed by DCA and the state assembly? That's who govern them. What are you guys going to do? You have no jurisdiction over those buildings. So I feel like what we heard here was a big gloss over. And what I would like to know, in addition to that, I think Councilperson Jennifer Williams kind of touched on it, but she glossed over it. How much federal government funding is the Kingsbury Apartments getting via Section 8? And what are they doing with those millions of dollars? And how many violations do they have? And how many of those violations have been remediated? And have they paid those fines? So I didn't hear any of that. So I feel like you guys are kind of glossing over stuff and acting out of pocket. This is not, and maybe, as I said, maybe the law director can tell us who has jurisdiction over our city, since our law director and the law department represents the city of Trenton and all of its entities. So we shouldn't be getting into things that we have no legal or constitutional governance over. We're not the state. We're the city of Trenton. We have a mayor and council. Send the Kingsbury people up the road. Thank you.
Thank you. And Lourdes, can you remind the public that they must state their address for the record, please? Thank you.
There is no one else on the list for public comment for docket items.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. Next is the approval of public, of communications, petitions, and reports.
Yes, so before we, motion to approve, well, yes, can we have a motion? I know there's a question on on the communications report.
Mhm.
So do we motion that first, Mr. Bridges? Okay, so may we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. And I believe Councilwoman,
Yes, ma'am.
Councilwoman Williams had a question, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Just because these certificates come up in questions by different constituents over time, and I know I've seen other people ask about them. I was just wondering if I could ask either a law director or the finance department to explain the redemption tax sale certificate versus a foreclosure tax sale certificate versus a foreclosure complaint, just kind of for public consumption, but
terms.
I'd also like to make sure that's highlighted, so then when I explain it to other folks, I'm clear on what they are and the differentials.
Thank you. Is there anyone here that can answer that for Councilwoman?
Sorry, could you please pose the question again? Maria Richardson, VA.
I believe she wants to know the difference between a redemption tax sale, foreclosure tax sale, and the foreclosure complaint. Like, what are the differences between the three?
Yeah, I get questions sometimes about what is a redemption tax sale certificate versus a foreclosure tax sale certificate, and then I see foreclosure complaint. So just for mainly public consumption, but also I'd like to make sure I clearly understand when I explain it to other folks.
Well, a redemption tax certificate is when the owner, the owner of the property pays for whatever lien or any other monies owed, and then he is redeeming the taxes. In the case that we have in the docket right now, we are assigning tax sale certificate. Those taxes were already, those delinquent accounts were already sold. And what the city, basically when there is an assignment, the city is transferring the right of the city to collect those interest in those tax sale certificates to a third party, basically to expedite the process of the city getting paid.
So it's similar to factoring and accounts payable.
Yes.
Thank you. And then the foreclosure complaint. That's
Wes, would you be able to?
Yeah, I was waiting, if I may, Council President.
Yeah, go ahead.
For Councilwoman Williams, to answer your question for the public's benefit, there's a process embedded in the foreclosure statute to protect residential homeowners. Number one, as far as the foreclosure certificates, that's when we're actually going through the foreclosure process. And by that, there's a notice to the homeowners of an intent to foreclose. There's notice when a foreclosure complaint is filed, and there's periodic notice provisions. Even after that legal process is done and the city takes possession of that tax certificate, there is still a time frame within which the original homeowners can redeem that property, and they can redeem it obviously by paying the amount with interest. So there are protections and safeguards in place all the way up and including after the foreclosure process for a homeowner to come in and say, I'm ready to make good on this obligation and redeem that property. So they're like I said, they're all statutory, they're all very specific, and if it's not followed to the T, that foreclosure will be undone. But that's the difference between the tax redemption, signing that tax certificate versus a foreclosure complaint where we're going through the process of foreclosing on that property for not paying their taxes.
And then I guess my other question with that would be, would someone who has received a foreclosure notice, would they need to have legal representation to file a complaint, or can they do that as a private citizen?
Well, they wouldn't be filing a complaint. They would actually be answering it. The city is the entity filing the complaint and foreclosure to foreclose on the property. If the homeowner is interested in making he or herself known and making their what their their intentions known, they could enter their appearance, file an answer, and take the necessary steps with the court. 95% of the time, no one ever comes to court. It's usually done by default because folks aren't coming, but they're told throughout, you still have the time within which to make good on this obligation to reclaim your property.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Councilwoman Williams. Anyone else? We can move to roll call
Is there a roll call on the, except?
or consent. So we're gonna put that on consent agenda.
Roll call.
No, what's that? That was approval. I'm sorry, approval of communications and petitions.
Yes. Roll call, Councilwoman Edwards,
Yes.
Councilwoman Feliciano,
Yes.
Councilwoman Figueroa Kettenberg,
Yes.
Councilwoman Frisbee,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Council President Gonzalez.
Yes.
It carries.
Thank you.
Is there a motion for the adoption of the minutes for the March 4th, 2025 council meeting?
Second.
On roll call, Councilwoman Edwards,
Yes.
Councilwoman Feliciano,
Yes.
Councilwoman Figueroa Kettenberg.
Yes.
Councilwoman Frisbee,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams.
Yes.
Council President Gonzalez.
Yes. And just for the record, March 18th is listed on the agenda. However, it was not sent to council and ahead of time, so that's been taken off.
Okay, next on the agenda is resolutions. A first
Ord-
reading, I'm sorry,
Second.
there is a first reading ordinance.
Give me second reading.
Second reading ordinance 2506. It's an ordinance adopting a redevelopment plan for the entirety of the city of Trenton, a designated rehabilitation area. This is a
Think-
public hearing.
Yes, are there any?
Public hearing for the adoption of the ordinance. If anyone wishes to,
Speak to this ordinance, they can do so. I know we did ask the attorneys to be here present in case anyone has any questions in regards to this ordinance. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak to this before he comes up? One person, oh yeah.
that's it.
Hi, Shabby Garrett, 1 Bruce Park Drive.
Please state your name and your address.
She did, she just did it.
Oh, sorry, didn't hear you.
You ready?
Yes, ma'am.
This ordinance for redevelopment plan, I know we've had the master plan, something, I apologize. I think it's the
250,
350.
250,
250.
250, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. All right, so how does this plan play in with, as we're just discussing funding for the whole city? On the federal level, in order to do a redevelopment, that money comes from the federal level from HUD. And then that's siphoned through Department of Community Affairs. There is cutbacks on the federal level in regards to spending and subsidies and development. So putting us in this state, how does that play into the tax increases? The funding for, is this going to leave the city still in a blighted situation? Because it's been blighted for a long time since the redevelopment of Mill Hill. But prior to that, the city has been heavily blighted. So how does this plan play into, what's the time frame for this whole redevelopment? How does the residents currently will benefit from this total redevelopment, and how does this play into the taxes? And since we're with transitional aid, we are being subsidized to operate. How does this help the city overall and the residents? I would like somebody to break that down in the cost to the city. And is this going to increase our taxes even more? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Malley?
Yes,
Mike?
yes. Good evening. Good to see everyone.
Good evening.
So the redevelopment plan, this redevelopment plan that governs the entire city is not project specific. It does not lay out and allow any specific projects at all. This is a provision under the redevelopment law. There's two different designations areas can have. One is a redevelopment designation, and kind of the little brother of redevelopment is rehabilitation. And in rehabilitation, you're allowed, the statute, the state law specifically says entire cities can be designated rehabilitation areas. We completed that process last October, but it was in the fall. This is a statutorily required redevelopment plan, and I'm giving it air quotes. It's a plan that you have to have adopted under state law to empower the city with all of the redevelopment powers, except for long-term pilots and eminent domain, okay? And for what it does is it puts the city in a position that it can now act on what I would suggest to you is 90% of the projects that come along, that we can address them without having to go through the process of doing a specific area designation for a specific project. We kind of have them all set this way. This plan lays out an ordinary redevelopment plan would lay out zoning for the area. This plan simply incorporates all of the city's underlying zoning. It makes no changes whatsoever. The city's zoning is what stays in effect. This is really just a checkoff item under state law that we have one of these adopted. It does not impact dollars from anywhere because we're not addressing any specific project. It simply gives the authority to the city to act in a quicker manner to make projects happen. And when they go move to make that project happen, that's when you work on trying to get funding from other sources, try to make that project happen, okay? So this is just setting that stage to give the city a greater flexibility and ability to help make specific projects work. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Director Bridges?
Council President, Mr. Malley, thank you for that presentation. Can you talk a little bit about council's role in that process and council's involvement with that process you just articulated?
Sure thing. So you remain, and listen, the state law, it gets a little confusing because it refers to redevelopment and rehabilitation in some ways interchangeably. In a rehabilitation area, you have to adopt a redevelopment plan, okay? Can we confuse it anymore? But that's the kind of thing that happens. But in this rehabilitation designation, the governing body retains the same control that you do within redevelopment areas. So it gives you the ability, you enter redevelopment agreements in rehabilitation areas. All those things that you're used to in some redevelopment projects, same rules apply, same authority within the governing body to help influence those projects, to provide incentives, to make sure that projects are built specific ways that you want to see them built. All of those same authorities tie in to the rehabilitation area.
Mr. Malley, and this also is for small and larger projects, like you said, is not specifically just for the bigger projects, it's for
This is for
homes and,
every project.
yes.
And it gets used for the most part, it is used for smaller projects. It is used much more frequently, okay? And gives the city the ability to use it much more frequently. Sometimes if you have somebody going to do 2-3 houses and rehab them, to go through that redevelopment process and do a project-specific designation adds 3, 4, 5 months onto the process. That's really just not necessary. This way, we're done the process. Those smaller projects we can just go do those projects.
Thank you.
Sure.
Any other council members? Thank you, Mr. Malley. Yes, Ms. McBride.
Please state your name and your address.
Hi, good evening, council.
evening.
Thank you for hearing me this evening, but I have a question for Mr. Kaloji, and maybe he can answer.
Please
the
state your
question
name
to
and
you. My name is
address.
Kathy McBride. I apologize. 46 Laurel Place, Trenton, New Jersey. The gentleman first started off by saying that you were giving your total power to this administration. So I would like for him to come back and clear that piece up, because my concern is that when we're talking about redevelopment, the council do not need to move on any redevelopment without a redevelopment attorney. Because when you start talking about redevelopment, you start going into areas, very gray areas, and those gray areas can land you up with handcuffs on. So you first need to be addressing a redevelopment attorney. And Mr. Kaloji, being your counsel, he is very, very much aware of exactly what the council can do and what you can't do when it comes to redevelopment. But when he said that they need you to vote to give up your power, the council never gives up their power, because you are the checks and balances. So when I heard that, I just need him to reiterate what he said when he first started, or ask the gentleman here, he doesn't have a nameplate, if he could read his first statement, the beginning of his statement back, so I could be clear on what he said. Can he do that? You can't read back what the gentleman spoke to?
Mr.
I
McBride,
need
nice to
that
see
read
you.
back to me so I have a clear understanding of what I heard, Mr. Kaloji.
So, Ms.
I don't generally respond to questions from the public, and nor does the council, but just to advise you, Mr. Malley, who's
here.
behind you, is the redevelopment attorney for the city of Trenton. He's been handling all of the redevelopment work for the last several years.
So, Mr. Kaloji, let me be clear. The administration has a redevelopment attorney. Does the council have their redevelopment attorney? Because we're dealing with two separate entities here. So I just need to be clear. If he's the redevelopment attorney for the city, where is the council's redevelopment attorney? There's two
Again,
separate entities,
I
right?
can't engage with you on this. I'm sorry.
But-
I understand the point you're making.
Is it two separate entities?
Mr. Malley indicates.
No,
he wants
I
to
don't
respond.
know. Because if he's the redevelopment attorney for the city, where is the protection at for this body here? I'm just trying to give you guys some insight. But this gentleman should be able to read that statement back, that when he started out, he said, we need you to vote on this to give us complete power. I thought that's what I heard.
I didn't hear the vote.
I just wanted it read back because, so I could be clear.
I can clarify.
Thank you.
All right, that was just all I had to.
Thank you, Ms. McBride.
I can clarify. No, I've never, ever said that what I said instead was that the governing body retains that
That's what I
authority.
thought, yeah.
And that's how this works. And we are redevelopment council for the city, for the administration, for the city council, all viewed as one. You have to take action to approve agreements. The administration weighs in on what those agreements are when there's specific issues. The ultimate authority rests here with the governing body to authorize the execution by the mayor of a redevelopment agreement, but he can't act without your approval. And for those agreements, you can't sign those agreements without his approval and his signature on it. We're the city. We all act as one.
Thank you, Mr. Malley.
Thank you.
Council President?
Councilwoman Williams.
Thank you. I have a question for Mr. Malley.
Yes, sorry.
Thank you. Just for the matter at hand, Is there any question of a conflict of interest that you would be a redevelopment attorney that would advise the administration as well as city council?
No,
Not
no, there's
whatsoever.
not. I've been doing this for 30 years. And we advise, like I said, the governing body, we represent the city. Mr. Kaloji represents this body. We represent the city. And in order to get redevelopment projects advanced and moved, this governing body needs to be on board with it. An administration needs to be on board with it. You authorize the execution of agreements. If they're in agreement, they sign those agreements. It all works as one. It's not two separate entities. It is the city. It's just your decision-making process is integrated between the two on behalf of the city.
Okay, so much as you would advise, we would still have to consent. And that's where I think Ms. McBride's question is actually, I thought, a healthy one to exercise and discuss this, because I'm sure there would be other folks who would have a shared concern.
It works the same as redevelopment projects, which you've been involved in, which all, the meetings are committees of this body that we go over what those projects are, and you make those decisions and authorize it. You get input from the administration on issues, but it's your decision.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Malley.
Madam President.
Council Vice President.
Thank you. I want to say thank you to Mr. Malley for your clarification on what this process means for the city of Trenton. No, taxes will not be going up. This will actually severely help us, significantly help us return a lot of our city-owned properties back to the tax rolls. And I want to thank the administration and especially Director Liston for working with the ad hoc subcommittee for HED to bring these things to fruition for the rehab designation and as well as this redevelopment plan. I do have a question because this second reading was postponed to today pending the review and approval from the zoning board, if I'm correct.
The planning board, I was at the planning board in the last 10 days, and the planning board approved and recommended adoption.
Awesome. That's all I needed to know.
Yep, they did.
Thank you. Was it the council? Thank you, Mr. Malley.
Thank you.
All right.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this ordinance? Motion to close public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
On roll call, Councilwoman Edwards,
Yes.
Councilwoman Feliciano,
Yes.
Councilwoman Figueroa Kettner.
Yes.
Councilwoman Frisbee,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Council President Gonzalez.
Yes,
Is there a motion to adopt said ordinance?
I thought that was the motion. Okay, yes, we may have a motion to approve, to adopt the ordinance 25-036.
So moved.
Second.
On roll call, Councilwoman Edwards,
Yes.
Councilwoman Feliciano,
Yes.
Councilwoman Figueroa Kettner.
Yes.
Councilwoman Frisbee,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams.
Yes.
Council President,
Yes,
this has carried.
thank you. So are there any council members that have any questions or they would like any of the items removed from a consent agenda?
Council President.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. 25-156, 25-160, 25-161, 163, 165, 166, 169.
66 and 69.
Yeah,
Council
thank you.
President.
Hold on 1 second, 66 and 69.
Mhm.
Yes, Councilman Figueroa,
25-023.
023.
Council President?
That's
Hold on 1 second.
That's an ordinance. 023 is an ordinance.
Yeah, that's the ordinance. Okay. Councilwoman Frisbee,
Yes, 25-158.
158.
Yes, ma'am.
Uh-huh.
25-169.
Mhm.
And 25-037.
That's
Oh, no, that's
that's
the
the
ordinance,
ordinance.
and we did discuss that.
Yep.
But
Is that it?
that's it, yes. Thank you.
Councilwoman Williams,
Thank you, ma'am. 25,160, 25,165, 25,169, 25,171, 25,173, 25,174. Then 25,037.
That's.
I'm sorry, my
ordinance.
mistake. Thank you. And that would be it, ma'am.
Thank you. Council Vice President.
Thank you. We have 25-148 and 153 on the docket.
Oh, yeah, that was pulled. 148 is pulled. It was taken off by administration.
Okay, pull both of them. Thank you.
148
148 and 153.
and 153. Thank you. Is that it for you? All right. So Councilwoman Feliciano with 25-156.
Okay.
Okay, so we're not going to pull 148. 148 will remain on the docket. Okay. Thank you for that. What about 153? They're not pulling either one. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Director Liston for Councilwoman Williams. Councilwoman Feliciano. That was the animal one.
It's all right. Thank you, Council President. I appreciate you. Good evening, Director Liston.
Good evening.
Hey, just a quick question for you. We're using some grant funds from a previous time period from like the 90s. I just was curious, what type of grant fund is this that we're using for this?
It'd be brownfields funding that would come out of the state.
So Brownsfields, we're allowed to hold that money for that long of a time?
Yeah, a lot of times when you get a grant, the grant carries for years. And a lot of times, especially with environmental work, environmental work is a lot of times the great unknown. As you dig into the ground, you
Okay.
find more stuff, and then you retest it and you find other areas that are a problem, and they can go on and on for long periods of time. So they do leave the grants open for extended periods of time. I've had projects go over 20 years when you're trying to dig up the ground and see what's there.
Okay. Do we have to submit any kind of update for these grants and stuff to keep it open? Is there anything that we like have to do to notify them?
We
We
keep
still
the-
haven't used it or?
Yeah, this is a partnership one with the MCIA.
Mhm.
And what happens is we'll keep the granting is DEP or whoever the grant, you get quarterly updates or annual, whatever they require. We make sure we update them, and then they look over the project, they look over the results, make sure that the issues are still there, and working with our engineers or our environmental people, they will continue.
Okay, thank you. Consent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Consent. And just for the record, I do want to roll call 25-148 and 153. Councilwoman Frisbee on 25-158. Release.
If we can have someone to the mic, please.
Or someone. 25-158.
Good evening, council members. Maria Richardson, Business Administrator.
Good evening. I just would like to have for the public consumption and myself as well, the benefit of having this, of authorizing this. I think it's a great idea, but I just want to have it expounded upon just for everyone else to find out about.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
This basically will allow the city to become a member of the Grant for Police cooperative pricing system. A cooperative pricing system is one of those mechanisms, one of those tools that the New Jersey procurement law allows the municipalities to engage with cooperatives to benefit from bulk purchasing. In the case of a cooperative, what they do is that they procure a certain number of services, and they follow procurement law to procure those services, and then they make those services or goods available to different municipalities to access them. In order to do that, the city needs to become a member of those cooperative pricing systems, but the city doesn't have to pay anything. You know, it's not like a membership agreement or anything like that. But if they, for example, have procured police vehicles, we are able to purchase from them without having to go ourselves and procure those services. We still have to prepare resolutions and come in front of you to buy those goods or services, but we don't need to procure it like we would have to in a regular basis. It's the same concept as the state contracts or any nationwide cooperative agreement. In this case, this is a local one.
Thank you. And if we did not take part in something like this, if we were to go out independently on ourselves, then the pricing for us is, I'm imagining.
Could be
much
higher. Could be higher. The state doesn't recommend that you simply go and buy from the cooperative. You still need to do your homework, right? You need to check if the prices are really lower than if you procure the service regularly. But usually the city benefits from doing that. It's a cost-saving mechanism.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Consent. Thank you. Councilwoman Feliciano
Thank
on
you.
25-160.
Yep, thank you. Just a couple quick questions, BA Richardson. Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening.
Under finding 2023-002 about the Youth Anti-Violence Initiative, under the explanation and corrective action, I see it says here you transitioned the grant manager, right? We understaffed over there. They cause problems for the submission of the report. There's going to be cross-training and everything to ensure things like this don't happen in case of employee turnover or leave. Basically, what I want to know is, it says you're going to implement a due date tracking procedure to monitor that the reports are sufficiently and timely completed and submitted. I remember before we had audit findings where we weren't utilizing funds or seeing what was going on. This is like citywide about, right? And we had different recommendations over time. Have you implemented or have they implemented over there the due date tracking procedure to monitor them? Do they have that in place?
Yes, they have. And basically, almost every department that handles grants, we are following up so that we make sure that all the reporting happens at the time that is supposed to happen. And usually, the sources of funding, the grant funding sources, they send notifications, your report is due. In this case, that went through the gap because we didn't have that staff person.
Okay. And then it says, meetings and improvements in communication between program and finance involved will be implemented. Has that been done?
That is correct. It is happening. We have been meeting with the department directors when we see that some of the deadlines have not been met or are upcoming. We have been meeting with the directors to make sure that those deadlines are followed.
So who's actually monitoring? You said you meet and you look. Who's actually monitoring the grants to see these deadlines?
Right now, well, we have it within the department, we have different people handling those grants, but also in administration, we have been doing that along with one of our consultants. Our financial consultant has been actively working on that.
Okay.
Mr. Gallagher.
Thank you for that. And then underneath the second one, 2023-003, where it says the GASB 75 report was issued after September 30th. I see it says before that we were self-insured. Who issues the GASB report?
Give me 1 second, Councilwoman. Let me just read.
That's fine. Thank you.
Colin, do you have information about this one?
Who prepares the GASB 75 report?
So this type of audit is basically a requirement from the federal government, right? So when we receive the federal grants and that sort of things, we need to submit those reports to the grantee to the source, the funding sources, right? So this is basically the audit results that the city will have to prepare to send to those funding sources. In this case, we send it later than what we should.
Okay. So the city
So we
prepares
didn't meet
GASB
the
75.
statutory deadline for that.
Right. Okay.
Yes.
So then it says the main audit report was submitted towards the year end, and the single audit report runs in tandem. I get that, wasn't completed as a result. So the main audit report was submitted towards the year end. And so who is submitting the main audit report?
This is the same auditors, right?
Right.
It's just that
Mercadian?
we need to, yes, in this case, it's Mercadian. And we are talking about the audit for 2023, correct? But the thing is that because we received the federal funding, we also need to do the single audit.
Right.
The regular general audit was done at the end of the year, but this statutory deadline for the single audit was September 30th,
Right.
and the audit was not ready.
Okay. And how long have
not
we been
completed.
dealing with Mercadian?
Councilwoman, I am not sure how many years we have been dealing with Mercadian. I know that at least for the last 3 years, we have been dealing with Mercadian, but I'm really not sure.
I think it's been quite a while. Okay. Thank you for that.
Sure.
I think Councilwoman Williams has questions on it too.
Councilwoman Williams.
Thank you. B.A. Richardson, my question has to do with 2023-001, top of page 3.
I'm sorry, which one?
It's within this resolution, but the third page, it's the very first.
The same 160?
Finding, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, finding number 2023-001, which goes into.
Yes.
Yep. So it says per 24 CFR, the recipients are determined to be failing to carry out its community development block grant activities in a timely manner of 60 days prior to the end of the grantee's current program year. The amount of entitlement grant funds available to the recipients under grant agreement, but undisbursed by the U.S. Treasury is more than 1.5 times the entitlement grant amount for the program year, and just trails out and continues. And then I did see the corrective action. The city will update its policies and procedures to ensure timeliness of expenditures is met, including regular monitoring of project status and budget to actual expenditure review. And then you finish with regular monthly drawdowns of CDBG grant funds will help stay on track.
Yes.
Okay, so that's great to see, but I would like to ask you a question. How did this situation previously develop over time?
Well, CDBG, it's a complicated, very complicated grant. I think in 2017, the city HUD decided that they were not going to give us any CDBG money, home money, because of, I am not sure, and I don't want to sound like I am accusing anybody, but they decided not to fund the city. In 2018, because of the diligence of some of the council individuals and the mayor, we received again our entitlement from CDBG. However, because they gave us the money from 2017, the money from 2018, and the process to the approval process is really, really time consuming and difficult. The city was not able to spend all the money at the time that the statutory time. You are only supposed to have 1.5, as he mentions here. If you have more than 1.5 and the city receives around $2 million. If we have more than $3 million at any time at hand, that is a finding for the audit. We were late for more than 1 year because we received 2016, 2017, 2018 at the same time. Then COVID happened. So we were not able to spend the money. Now we are at in a good standing with HUD in terms of timeliness, but timeliness is a finding. So I don't know if I explained that.
No, you did, and I would imagine that would preclude us from actually applying for additional funds at a certain point.
No, not really. We haven't been able to, we have continued to receive our yearly entitlement until this year.
2021, it would have?
We received 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, but they send you a letter telling you you are not meeting the timeliness. And if you're not able to justify why, you might get your money withheld. And sometimes you will have to even return it, but that has not been the case for us.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes.
Consent agenda, please.
Consent?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next one is Councilwoman Feliciano.
Thank you. All right. B.A. Richardson. So as we talk about the utility receivables and reserves being evaluated annually, they're supposed to be monitored periodically. Uncollectibles are to be written off. Is this practice being done?
There are discussions of doing that.
So they haven't written anything off yet, uncollectibles?
We have written some uncollectibles in small amounts, right? Once we go through the process of identifying all the uncollectibles that we have, depending on the amount, we have to come to city council so that you can approve that. We only have, and I don't kill me for not telling you the correct number, but I think that we can only waive or declare uncollectibles below $20 or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So we will have to come before council to do that.
Right, okay. And then the inactive accounts and duplicate customers and unexplained adjustments investigated further and resolved by the city. Is that happening?
We are in the process. Yes, it's happening.
Now?
Yes.
And then the staffing plan, I know there was some changes about collection and reconciliation of this. My concern is this, right? Because we're talking about the water utility, the whole regionalization possibility of this happening. You know, I'm not a fan of this. I'm not with it. I just feel like still even more needs to be done when it comes to the billing and collection procedure. I think that more needs to be done and looked into when it comes to different aspects that are being handled at that water utility, when it comes to issues of back billing, when it comes to issues of agreements that were made with different locations, when it comes to meter sizes, when it comes to complexes not being charged for the correct water usage, for units that should be charged that are not charged. Like y'all got to go deeper with this, because there's some serious things going on and monies that we could have and have had over the years. And we just need to dig deeper with that and get this under control before anyone wants to just say that we're just gonna hand anything over, because I think that there's still more substance to this if we got this together. Are they still using the collection agency?
No, we are not using a collection agency.
So how are we going to collect the funds from the townships? The inactive and delinquent balances, like what are we doing with that? Because we use the collection agency for the township. So what are we doing to collect from the townships?
Yes, we are actually in the process of putting the specifications together to be able to continue to use, but a collection agency, but at this point, we are not doing that.
Okay. I feel like, again, more needs to be done when it comes to all of this, when it comes to that water utility. I don't know. I know you have people in place that are trying to collect, but they need to really make better assessments of what's going on. Working with the inspections departments, looking at like houses that have multiple mailboxes on it, but then they're registered as one house, but then there's 3 units in it, right? So then there should be 3 separate meters. Like there's ways that we could be getting money that I don't believe we're even looking into it to really exercise what we could do to get the money.
Absolutely, and I agree with you, Councilwoman, and I agree that it has to be a more concerted effort to do that. As we speak, this week, we are handling a couple of those cases where we have a property owner that we were charging, I think, for 2 properties, but then it's not just 2 dwellings, it's 4. And so we are really addressing those issues. And hopefully we will be able to be more conscientious about addressing them.
Okay.
Councilwoman Felicia, can I just jump in real quick, just to ask a question?
Yep.
Can we sue? Can we, I know we get threatened about they were suing us because of, this water situation. However, can't we start taking action against them for not paying us? Because there's like millions of dollars that are owed to us.
I will defer to our law director.
Council President, if I may.
I think we should be aggressive, yes.
Yes, yes, that is a remedy that we have. That the first phase in that has started in terms of omnibus letters that have gone out to all of these delinquent accounts, advising them that if payment is not made or if they do not contact TWW to arrange payment plan, that litigation will ensue, and that is both for residential as well as municipal clients. So they understand what our expectations are, and if they don't get back to TWW in the requisite period of time, litigation will start at that point in time. Not so much by way of a collection agency, but more so by a collection law firm that will be initiating those actions against the delinquent accounts.
Thank you, Director Bridges. Thank you, Councilwoman Williams. Feliciana. I don't know why I keep calling you Williams today.
No.
We gotta just start being more aggressive because he was on the same line. But go ahead. Are you
Right. No, and then
Oh.
to that point, Council President, again, previously I brought up the whole issue of the Ewing Town Center and what had happened and the monies that these rates were allowed that hadn't even come before that council to even be approved. And when I asked about, us looking into, there's a lot going on that I am hopeful that we are looking into these complexes and centers and what is the remedy for us to get what we are due here. 'Cause I don't think that we're doing enough to really make this happen, right? And I'm just getting to the point where the more we keep hearing about and getting these letters and this whole regionalization and this, that, right? Over the last 10 years, I asked for the revenue reports of the water utility. We came in at like, what, $770-something million. And then they said it was $660 million to fix it. We got money coming in. Like, what are we doing? I just think we need to do more when it comes to that. I just wanted to say that again on the record. When it comes to finding 2023-003, the deposits, it says for inspection, it still does not have the staff needed so that one specific staff member can be assigned to submit the deposits in a timely manner. They're in the process of hiring 2 additional staff members. What's the status with that when it comes to deposits and everything?
That has been resolved.
Okay. And then, but with the deposits, there's other people that oversee and sign off.
Yes.
Like that one person that's assigned to it isn't the person that's just, they don't just take it and just do what they want. Somebody has to approve this. It's like sign off on the deposit with them.
Yes.
Okay. And then the last one, the finding of, well, 2 more real quick. I'm sorry. 2023-04. The personnel and payroll functions, 1, 2, 3. The third one, finding for 6 out of 25 employee terminations, no approval and/or processing date was ever documented. The city's working with each director. What is the status when it comes to a human service director here? A human resources director here. Like, what are we doing? I know I asked that a couple times before, but what are we doing with that? Because I know everybody's like trying to do different functions and everything. But we need a human resources direct, like somebody that really could get down and know what they're doing to help us get this together. What are we doing with it?
This finding really doesn't have much to do with the human resources.
Right, I get it. Still
Department,
asking.
but
Mhm.
mostly with the departments themselves, right?
Right.
We don't have a centralized human resources department, but the individual departments perform several of those functions. In this case, we are talking about the camps forms. When the departments terminate an employee, either a permanent or a seasonal employee, they are not reporting that. They were not reporting it on time to personnel. So this is that finding there. After we receive these findings, I actually met with the directors and I said, you have 72 hours to submit your camp forms when it comes to terminations to personnel. So that was the measure that we took, but this didn't necessarily reflect on the Department of Personnel.
Right. No, I get that. But respectfully, if a personnel director would make sure that the directors did submit the camp forms, because the personnel director would house the ultimate record keeping, right? Of the camp forms and personnel forms and things like that.
I'm sorry for interrupting you, Councilwoman. We really did not have a process in place, right? It's one of those things that, okay, department directors need to complete camp forms, but we are not telling when do you need to complete the camp forms. We left it open-ended, right? So if you submit it within a year, it's okay until we see this finding, and we realized that we really didn't have a deadline to submit in this case, right? So now we are following up on that.
Okay.
With the directors and making sure that they submit the camp forms on time.
Right. But a personnel
but just for the
director would still
question,
oversee that.
that is that it's in our budget that we requested that position in our budget.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
All right, that's it. Thank you, Council President.
Sure.
Yep.
Thank
okay,
you.
Thank you.
Consent?
Yeah, yes, consent. Thank you. Sorry.
And she coming back to you, Councilwoman Feliciano. 25-163.
Okay. We back at it. So the question that I have for you is, thank you again. We have here assignee, right? We have all these tax sale things. And then down the column where it says assignee, and assignee is the people that bought these liens, right?
Yes.
Well, okay.
Yes.
So Trenton Opportunity 8 LLC, they have a lot of what's going on. But their certificate of incorporation was filed 3/4/2025. Right? They filed the paperwork 3/4/2025. I just kind of, can you explain just for all of us to hear what exactly happens when these people take on these certificates? What happens? And what is they have to, the person has to pay that person first, right?
Well, I am going to, if you don't mind, I'm going to go a little bit earlier than that.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
These addresses and owners of record listed in that form there, they didn't pay their taxes, right? So the city put a lien on it.
Right.
So now the city collects interest in those liens, or eventually those properties are foreclosed on.
Right.
But the city needs to pay year after year after year until actually the property is either foreclosed or they redeemed their tax sale certificate. In this case, the city decided, okay, somebody shows interest in buying those tax sale certificates, and for the city, they are going to pay the delinquent amounts, and they are also going to pay for the interest. So we don't have to wait for them.
Right.
So this is a good deal for the city.
Right, but how much interest does, so now this third party owns it, right? So this Trenton Opportunity 8 LLC owns that. So now
Yes.
I, Joe Blow, house owner, have to pay them.
You will pay them, and if you don't pay them, most likely eventually they will foreclose on those properties.
So how much do they get? How much?
Whatever the amount of interest we have, they are not going to get more than what we already sold the tax for. If they are getting an 8% interest, if the city was getting an 8% interest, that's what they are going to get. It's not going to be more than that.
So it would be an additional 8%.
No, not an additional. The city is basically selling the right to collect those delinquent accounts.
So just to be clear, I'm sorry. So on the first one, $1,693.49. The homeowner only has to pay Mr. Duncan $1,693.49. That's all they have to pay
Whatever
him,
interest that they owe.
plus interest on top of
Yes.
that.
Yes.
That's continuing, by the way.
Yes.
That doesn't stop at 8%. That's
Yeah,
continuing.
it doesn't stop.
I just think that this is interesting that this LLC that just came out of nowhere in 3/4/2025, that's a whole lot of property and a whole lot of interest. I just was curious about that. Okay. All right. Thank you. Consent.
Sure.
25-165, we have Councilwoman Feliciano and Councilwoman Williams.
All right, I'll be quick on this. What is the status with the Reading Center? I've been getting complaints from the senior citizens that would have been there, that they can't get in there, that they feel left out. They're not being included on trips. Yes, you made provision for them to go to another location, but they're asking for what is going on with this center specifically. So, hey, Dr. Minicapelli, can you just tell us what is happening with the Reading Center?
Sure.
Since we're
Good evening.
rejecting the bids to, just here to fix it.
Good evening, Dr. Diego Minacapelli,
Hello.
Department of Health and Human Services.
Mhm.
The resolution for 25-165 is rejecting the bids for the Reading Senior Center rehab through the CDBG program. That bid was came out too high. The allocated funds that I put for that renovation is much less than what it came in. So I need to reject it so I'll be able to rebid the project. The Reading Center is being, yes, the physical, the building. It is a historic building. In order to rehab that building, it has to go through a process of historic organizations, an environmental review, the CDBG protocol. So it takes time. It's not as easy. We have to follow the federal regulations for it. But we are in a good stage now that, you know, once we have a developer, then 10 to 11 months after that, we'll be able to reopen the Reading Center.
And so when it comes to the seniors and stuff that are there, are we making provision for them to include them in various trips or things like that?
We try as much as possible to include everybody on the trips, on the activities that we have. Ruth Carter and her team tries as much as possible to include everybody and make sure that we have the same thing for all of the centers that now have been displaced.
Okay, all right. So I look forward to seeing the rebid and hopefully we can get this underway for them.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilwoman Williams.
Thank you, ma'am. So Director, Councilwoman Feliciano did a great job asking some of the similar questions that I wanted to ask, particularly seniors are chomping at the bit. They've been chomping at the bit for a long time regarding the Reading Center. The roof, we were told, was the holdup. And then, you know, now it's gotten more complicated. So can you spice out a timeline of when you believe, I know it's a guesstimate because we have other agencies, when the reconstruction will start and when do you expect it to end? So I heard you say 10 months.
Yes, so everything it is on the bids that I'm going to get. So right now we have a rejection. Then we're going to add now the rebid. It takes 30 days. After that, we need 3 weeks to review and accept or reject again. And after that, it will take its course of a few weeks to, you know, go through the contract and everything else. And then after, once we have the contract, then it's 10 months, 10 to 11 months, we predict.
Okay, so we should expect to see rebidding, approval, selecting of a vendor, and hopefully maybe July, you'll come back with
Right.
an approval for an appropriation for this?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay,
Hopefully
that
will
would be
the case.
wonderful.
That will be the case, yes. Yes.
Okay. And then also, as far as with the reconstruction, will there be any meetings or any outreach to seniors who previously have used this center, or also North 25, which is right there, to make sure that they have some input on things that might happen for the property? Because I know it's been a long time since conversations were held.
Yes, but we have a planning and engineering firm that already build the specifications of what we want for the senior center. So that is already set. If I were to change anything right now, then I have to start the process from the beginning according to the HUD regulations. Oh, yes, yes, yes. So there were public hearings before the process for comments regarding what they want and everything else. Yes, yes.
Okay, and when were those held? Roughly, do you remember? Or do you have information? I don't know, it's been quite a while. That's why I'm asking.
Yes, I think we started everything the end of 2024. I don't have the exact date, but we did.
Okay.
We did. Yes.
All right, well, just once things get going, maybe we could have a conversation with the seniors to find out when it's open, what type of events they'd like, activities and so forth. That would be very,
Oh, yes,
very good.
absolutely.
All right, thank you very
Yes,
much.
Yes.
Consent agenda, please.
Consent, thank you.
And Councilwoman Feliciano, 166.
Thank you, Council President. I'm just curious now with this purchase of this fire, oh, I don't know if you'll know this, with the purchase of this fire truck, how many fire trucks are we now up to in the fire department?
I know Director Douglas isn't here, but we have Battalion Chief Kevin in his place.
Thank you.
How you doing? I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
So with this fire truck addition, I just was curious now, how many fire trucks now do we have? Because I know we had some that weren't working and we allowed, some new person. So how many working fire trucks do we have now?
So including this purchase one, we would have 13 total in the fleet and 11 that work. As of right now,
Okay. Okay. So we're working our way back
we're
up.
working our way back up.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Consent.
Thank you. Councilwoman Frisbee, Councilwoman Feliciano, Councilwoman Williams on 25-169. Councilwoman Feliciano.
Thank
I go
you.
left, go right, my right, left.
Thank you. Just quick question, when planting these trees on the streets, right?
We're not planting any trees on the streets.
Oh, what were you planting them?
No, this is an inventory of all trees within the right of way of the city of Trenton. So then we can better determine where trees need to be planted and how they can be better maintained.
Right. So, okay, so I get that. So still, my question still remains the same. Thank you, Director. You're doing the inventory of it, but when trees are planted on the streets, right? When you decide to plant them, do you give the residents notice? Like if it's outside of somebody's house or something like that, do they get notice before that even happens? Do they have, like, how is that decided? Do they have the option to say no?
So there is notice given. There are public meetings. The trees that are being planted now, there have been 800 trees planted since 2021, and they're being planted in spaces where there are no wires, ideally where there are existing tree pits or where there are former trees, and away from problem areas. We have been getting calls from residents who have had prior bad experience. Listen, we don't want trees here
Right.
anywhere, but the city's position is very clear. What we're not going to ever be is a desert. And we want to make sure that our tree canopy is well preserved. We are cognizant of ongoing issues as well. And we are addressing that on the other end with with the Shade Tree Division and multiple companies we have on board that are addressing the concerns that are coming through GovPilot with the trees that are on people's houses, the trees that are invading people's all manner of things. Yes,
Okay, so you do notify the people and give them,
Yes.
but if it's like right in front of somebody's house, do you put, outside of a public meeting that they may or may not know about, do you put a notice on their door and their next door and to say, hey, we're gonna put a tree right here in front of your house?
Proper notification is given. Yes.
Okay, and then when you do this, you have your inventory, so you know the streets and where
Right.
you located. How often is maintenance done by the city for those trees, especially the ones in front of people's homes and stuff?
Well, now listen, let's be
Okay.
honest now. The older trees, you know the answer. But the new trees, they're babies. Like you have to nurture them. Listen, they planted a lot of trees on West State last year, and then we had a drought. We might have we're planting a lot of trees now in partnership with a lot of organizations throughout the state.
Right.
DEP gave us a lot of money. There's 1,000 trees that are supposed to be planted. Listen, if we get a drought, then, we're buying a water truck. So our plan is to do that. Not only there's a water truck, but then you got to get tree guards because those of you who have deers in your neighborhood, the deers are going to tear those trees up. And then then they're dying before they can mature. So it's a process. Now, again, those who've been here for 100 years will tell you, listen, the older trees, yeah. But I'm working on that. We have 3 companies on board. I would hope to get some more money so I can bring, ideally, if I have my way, I have 10 companies because we need to get through this backlog of people. There's no reason where anybody should be on a tree list for 10 years.
That's right.
And, but I have a small amount of people. I got 5, and there's 18,000 trees, 12,000 trees, but the issue becomes, how do you do that with the amount of time you have? So between our staff and private contractors, we're getting closer, and I'm hoping to come to you guys with a budget and say, listen, I need some more money. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Council President.
Councilwoman Frisbee, and then Williams.
Thank you, Council President. So, good evening. I have 2 questions on this. One is, in taking the inventory of the trees that we have in our city right now, are we being cognizant of whether we have male, female, especially when it comes to the pollen count? We know that male trees are high in pollen. So that's my first question.
Yeah, so I talked to the experts today and I was informed that the trees that we're planting now are insect pollinated, which means they are not strong when it comes to allergy issues. Yes, so they don't have to produce as much pollen as the traditional trees. Yes, so that's the answer that I can give you.
Okay, thank you. And then the other question I have so I love the idea that we're actually taking inventory of the trees. I think that's very responsible of this city. There are many trees that are uprooting properties. Are we going to give priority to those when we find out, especially, I know I could give you a whole list of properties in the West Ward. I'm so sure there are in other sections of the city as well. When we find out, okay, our trees have done damage to property, are we going to prioritize getting those trees taken care of to minimize any more damage? And then how do we go about restoration?
So we have that list I mentioned is through GovPilot. We have all of those concerns. It's just getting through them timely. And we're actively working on it. There's no good answer. We are actively working on it. But listen, every tree that you have that's pushing up a sidewalk isn't a tree that should be taken down. I understand the residents' concern, but listen, if we took down every single tree that we got through GovPilot, there'd be no trees. And then we have another issue. Most of the time we go, there's trimming, but it's not going to be the answer the residents want because we're not cutting down every tree. We can't. It's not healthy for the community.
So I asked that question with respect to, for instance, on the street where I live, there are several trees that actually is one tree that's doing damage to like 3 different areas. And for me, and from the residents, the feedback that I'm getting is that they are health concerns. When people are walking, people are riding, whether they are in a stroller or in a wheelchair, whatever it is, and that portion of it where it is uprooting the sidewalk. Can we do something about that so that it makes it safer? Like we did a phenomenal job on Bellevue Avenue that they would just, those trees had done a whole series of damage and we took care of that. Is there something that we could do when we find out that there are other trees in the rest of our communities that are doing damage, have done damage? Can we make sure that we're marking, we know, okay, we need to get these sidewalks flattened out, and whether we're not killing the trees or not, don't have to necessarily, like you said, take them down, but as long as we know that the communities are safe for inhabiting that space.
Yes, there's a process to do that and to fix the sidewalks, but I want to give you an example. We called one of the state contractors who's on contract with us, and for a single street to trim the trees is $24,000. That's for a single street. And listen, Trenton is only 7.5 square miles, but you have to consider that if we did every single street. Now we're working our way, but I just have to stress that it's a process and it's not going to be done overnight. It's not going to be done in a year. The priority trees will be addressed, but that's $24,000 for one street. If we did that for every single street, so it's a priority. But yes, those streets, those sidewalks that are pushed up, yes, they're at the top of our list. We're slowly getting to them and we're partnering with Traffic and Transportation and Public Works to address those issues because we understand, listen, you don't want to pay out any more money, do you? So again, we're trying to work on that as well. It's just a process. And that's not the answer people want to hear, but listen, even if I had all the staff in the world, I still couldn't get to all those trees in that kind of time.
Thank you, Director Harris. I appreciate you.
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams.
Thank you, ma'am. Director Harris, my question just has to do with this program, what's going to occur. Will they also be incorporating the many, many, many tree stumps that have been left behind by previous cuttings? Because that's really an eyesore.
It is.
And also inhibits people from being able to park and open their doors to get out of the car if they have passengers.
Yes. Yes, and what we do is with the companies we have on board now, just so you know, we are doing our best to address those stumps as well. You've sent quite a bit.
Yes.
We've addressed quite a bit in the North Ward. Yes, that's going to be a part of the inventory.
Okay, thank you very much. One of my constituents said the best thing I see sometimes is a stump grinder.
Right, yes.
So thank you.
Councilwoman Figueroa Canberra.
Really quickly, Director Harris. With regards to the money that council passed, I believe this last year for the sidewalk project, I think it was $500,000 or something like that. expected to receive more money of that nature for the sidewalk repairs? Because as you know, there's an abundance, as my colleagues have talked about.
Yeah, that's not me. That's Public Works. So I can't speak to that, but that's Public Works.
Okay, I'll address it later. Thank you.
Before you go, interim director, just going back so I can understand, I know you said we can't cut down all of those trees where the sidewalks are lifting, but is there like a priority? Let's say if it's like lifted 5 to 10 inches, then that we repair that and then we also take the tree down. Is
Yes.
that my understanding?
Yes. So although we don't respond timely, we have pictures and assessments are done of every single tree. So those that are a priority are being addressed. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Are you guys okay with consent?
Council President,
Yeah.
I think though, the question that you were asking,
Is it a specific
is
like
there criteria, like
for,
what?
right, for what is an emergency, what's priority?
Right. Like if it's 2 inches off the ground and this, that, and the third, like what would make mine more a priority than hers
Well,
and vice versa?
Well, the priority trees are the dead trees, the branches that are hanging over people's homes or low where they could fall. Like, for example, there's a tree right here we got a call recently and a branch had fell into the middle of the State Street. So that's the priority. It's always the dead, dying, and diseased trees. But do we have a standard whether a sidewalk is 6 inches or 2 feet off the ground? I don't have a standard for that. No, we log the complaints and we address them as we can.
Okay, I mean, because we do have kids that run up and down the sidewalks. We have
We
people
do.
with strollers and all of that, bikes and, okay.
President, if I
Yes,
may, but
Director Bridges.
I think the questions are very enlightful and I think important because I would offer to work with Director Harris because one of the things that we have from the city is that Gov pilot, when people report dangerous conditions, at that point in time, the city is on notice of a need to fix that. And when we are on notice, if we do not rectify that and someone is then injured, we're then liable for that. So I think these questions are very good and it gives us some food for thought in terms of meeting with Director Harris as well as Mr. Santora and Mr. Anatiri down at Public Works to maybe prioritize those ones that are potentially causing the city some liability. So I think they're great questions and we will address those.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Harris. Consent agenda? Right. And then Councilwoman Williams with 25-171.
Yes, thank you very much. So this project, I'm just really glad to see it finally come before us because I know this has been asked for and waited for a long, long time. Could you kind of just highlight for the public who may watch this or hear tonight?
So for those who don't know, there's a parking lot across from, is that the Capital City Farm?
Yeah.
It's the police parking lot. There's police cars parked there now. We are going to take that lot. It's going to be a part of our larger Asset Pink Greenway Park. That's going to be a parking lot, but it's also going to address the immediate need of the folks that are on Grant Avenue, that basketball court. You know, on social media recently, there was a constituent who took some action to improve that area. So in this parking lot in the back, we will be building a basketball court to address the needs of the residents on that area. That's a temporary court until we fully fund the one on Grant Avenue. So what you'll see here is just a long, narrow parking lot, and part of it goes on to Sheridan Avenue. And what's going to happen is it's going to connect to the Greenway, which I hope to be back to you at the end of the year talking about the skate park, you know, because there's multiple phases for the Greenway. But that's basically what it is. And there'll be bollards there that separate the basketball court from the other spaces in a nutshell. Yeah.
And then just my usual question, do you have a guesstimate timeline of when we might be getting?
Yeah. So what's going to happen is it's 120 days from the notice to proceed.
Okay. So we're looking good for the fall then.
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. Consent agenda, please.
Thank you. Councilwoman, you're up for the 173 and 174. Councilwoman Williams, 173 and 174.
Sorry, I was just trying to clear
It's
my
okay.
desk here. So regarding these two, if you could talk about the consolidating of the grants and what that's going to mean for this project, because I know we're talking, millions of dollars, but at the end of the day, I think if I remember right, we were trying to gather together a much larger sum for this whole project.
So we have a lot of open grants with Green Acres, and what they've said recently is you need to start closing some of these projects out. So we came to a consensus, whereas they're consolidating a lot of our grants. This is the second one you've approved. That's what this is in a nutshell. Consolidating multiple grants into one account will allow us to go to apply for more money to fund this project. This is a $20 million project, $21 million project. So, and we don't know if we can count on the federal government at this point. So we're looking to DEP, and they continue to fund us at high levels. So we're excited about that.
And then how long do you believe the reimbursements will take?
From DEP?
Yeah.
Well, you know, it's a lengthy process. We've been, yes.
Would there be any anxiousness on their part, given change of administrations in Washington?
No,
Yeah,
but look, just so we're clear,
reimbursement sooner?
how this works is once the legislature appropriates money, that money is appropriated. So now whether Green Acres they can make some improvements as to the reimbursement process, but as long as that money's been appropriated, it's theirs for us.
Okay, because I guess my question comes from being able to expect future appropriations coming from DC to New Jersey. Yeah, might be some folks who might want to hold back on issuing checks that have been committed to us.
Right. But all of this money is appropriated and where it needs to be. So now what we need to do on our part is we need to get the building.
Okay.
That's what we need to do. And that's what I'm trying to push. I don't believe in keeping money on standby for projects indefinitely.
Understood. Thank you. And then regarding 174, because I saw that this is a project that is sorely needed, obviously. I mean, everyone's asked you about doing this. Regarding the surrounding antique lighting, I didn't see that part of this project. I understand.
It's a part of the project.
Okay, it is? Okay.
Yes,
So can you
yes.
explain as far as the lights being repaired? And
So the plan is, well, the most important thing is, since we're talking about sidewalks, is anybody who's been outside the plaza, it's liability here and there. So the sidewalks, right? Lighting, rails, everything. All of the antique lightings will be restored. All the lighting along the side of the building, yes, everything would be restored. The problem, what we're doing here is with this particular thing is this is a historic building. So you want very specific vendors to work on this. The problem is that universe is very small. So we have another vendor to add. And then when we go back out to bid, we're hoping with more competition, we can get a better price.
okay, that
But
would be
yeah,
great because
yeah.
my understanding is historically, I don't know how many years those lights have been out,
Oh,
but
too long.
finding the main conduit that would supply the power, that is something that's an unknown at this point.
Yeah, all of that was built into the scope. So ideally, if we, like it was 4.6 million, right? That's what the cost was to do it the last time, which is too high. We have roughly half of that. So if this was done to completion, you would have, like it was when it was built in 1911, essentially. That's what you would have.
No, that'd be wonderful. And just one last question, a small request, because we have such a beautiful historic building here. And in other cities, and even I was an example, and I've said this in the past to your predecessor and the mayor, it is in Belfast in Northern Ireland, they have their city hall is very similar to ours. If you saw a picture, you're like, oh my gosh, it's very architecturally. And they actually have tours for citizens, for tourists who come to tour the city hall. So I'd just like to suggest, once this work gets all done, if we could have tours that be available, maybe one afternoon for Trentonians, certainly school children for the school system. I think that would be something that would be really well received, and it could really help with, civic knowledge.
No, I agree. I don't think many young people know that this is not even the original location. It's actually right down the street. So I think that, yes, having that information is useful.
Thank you very much. Thank you, ma'am. The consent agenda.
For both, thank you.
Good.
All
Good.
right. So, may we have a motion to approve the consent agenda consisting of 25-155, 156, 158, 159, 160, 161, 162, 163, 164, 165, 166, 167, 168, 169, 170, 171, 172, 173, 174, 175, 176, 177, 178, 179, and 180.
So moved.
Second.
I'm sorry. Roll call, Woman Edwards,
Yes.
Councilwoman Feliciano,
Yes.
Councilwoman Figueroa Kettenberg,
Yes.
Councilwoman Frisbee,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams.
Yes.
Council President Gonzalez,
Yes.
carried. Now, hmm? Yeah,
But we
two.
didn't get to that one yet.
On roll call, we have two resolutions. It's
Uh,
resolution,
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
resolution 25-148.
Mhm.
It's a resolution providing for advice and consent to the mayor's appointment of Joseph Antonello, a regular member to the Animal Welfare Advisory Board for the term of May 1st, 2025 to April 30th, 2028.
Motion to approve.
Is he here?
Is Mr. Joseph here?
Mhm.
Oh. Thank you. Hello, Mr. Joseph.
Good evening.
Could you just state your name, and maybe just the reason why, you want to accept this position or
Yes,
interested
my-
in this position?
My name's Joseph Antonello. I worked for over 11 years with the city as an animal control officer, humane law enforcement officer, and an animal cruelty investigator. So I know the problems in the city very well, and I know the troubles that the shelter has had over the years. So I think my unique experience in that with this board will be able to give some positive ideas of how we can improve not just the animals' welfare, the employees and officers at the shelter, as well as the city residents. That starts with education, I feel. And having a robust volunteer program, again, I know it's kind of gone by the wayside, and engage more rescues. The best way to take care of the animals when they come in, move them out as quickly as we can, because there's always more coming in. Next thing,
Thank you.
so.
Any council members want to ask a question? Councilwoman Figueroa and Kettenberg, and then Councilwoman Williams.
Good evening, Ms. Antonello. Thank you.
Good evening.
Thank you for your interest in this position for the city. I asked this question before when you weren't present. Have you been informed exactly what it is that you are required to do, or what it is that you will be doing in this position as it relates to animal welfare, the animal shelter?
No, we haven't yet. We need some guidelines from either the council or Director Minicapelli as what we should focus on. Then after we get those guidelines, I would assume we'd have independence about what we want to bring to you that we think will improve, but we haven't gotten any direction yet, no.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilwoman Williams.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Antonello, I'm really glad to see that you've applied and you're here with us tonight, because given particularly, I know your passion for animals, but also your experience as a humane law enforcement officer,
Yes.
I think would add a great amount to the effectiveness of this board. So my question, it kind of dovetails with my colleague, Councilwoman Figueroa Kettenberg. What would be your expectations for this board? And what would say to you at the end of your term on it, or time on it, that it was a worthy experience?
I think cutting down on the amount of animals that come into the shelter, helping the people keep their animals in their homes. A lot of times people give them up because they can't afford them. A lot of times they have health or injuries. They can't afford to take care of them. They want up the shelter, and the city has to take care of them. I've been saying for many years, the shelter is grossly inadequate for what we need. It needs to be much larger and modern. So if at the end of 3 years, maybe as some shovel have gone in the ground to at least start that process, I'd say it would be a success. And going around and meeting with community organizations would be a big help. And telling them what how to best take care of their animals, what the city ordinances are and what the state statutes are about the care of those. I'm sure the city residents don't know a lot of those ordinances, what they are.
So would you say that there's a great gap in communication with citizens even when, after they adopt an animal from us?
I'd say there's a great gap in dealing with the citizenry, first of all, to begin with, so that they know what their responsibilities are about just obtaining rabies vaccines and getting their animals licensed, making sure they don't run loose. Yeah, I'd say after they're adopted from us, well, in the past, I can't speak for now. I'm retired just about 6 years now. We used to follow up with the adopters many times. We used to have a foster program. We'd follow up, making sure everything was still good with the pet, cat or dog. And that's why our volunteers were a great help at the time. They were able to do a lot of that because the officers and their staff, we hardly had anybody there. We were constantly running in the streets. We were humane law enforcement officers at the time. So besides being an animal control officer, we had to enforce in the laws of the state and the city. So we were constantly busy out there. So that's why I said earlier, a volunteer program would be a great help for that. And that's why we can visit the houses where these animals are going to live and approve of that. A lot of rescues do that. They just won't rescue an animal to you until they come and inspect your property. So we need to be out there in public a little bit more, showing the best side of us, I think.
All right, thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome.
Madam President?
Yes, Councilwoman Frisbee.
Yes, good evening. So
Good
you
evening.
sound like you're well-versed with this. My question is, have you worked in a animal facility previously?
I volunteered a lot in animal shelters when I lived up in North Jersey. But my actual experience at a shelter is working with the city. It started in 2008.
So you've only worked within the city of Trenton
In this capacity, yes.
since 2008. And what has been your relationship with those in the city? Has it been a amicable? Have you gotten so that folks are learning one from the other? What was your relationship with those then at the time?
Well, the way I personally work with the people in the city, sometimes they just need to learn you're not doing this correctly, or you need to help this animal in a different way. We're trying to instruct them first. Sometimes instruction doesn't work. You go to the next step where they might have to come to court. But I'd say all in all, most of the people worked with us when I dealt with them in the city. Some people didn't, and they had to go to either municipal or superior court, depending on what was going on. We handled the cruelty cases at the time, not the police department as well.
Okay, so it's not, so for the most part, you're saying that it's been an amicable relationship with you and those who you worked with,
Yes.
volunteered with?
Yes.
Okay. I have one other question I wanted to ask you.
Mhm.
Sorry, it just went from me. So with and this is what I asked with everyone. We have a fantastic health director in place now, Dr. Minicapelli with the animal shelter.
Yes.
Are you good with following his direction, his guidelines for how the animal shelter is to be run?
Yes, I think he's very passionate about improving the conditions down there. I've spoken to him a number of times. So yeah, I would have no problem with that.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you,
You're
Madam
welcome.
President.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Can we roll call this? Lourdes? Motion to approve resolution 25-148.
So moved?
On roll call, Councilwoman Edwards,
Yes.
Councilwoman Feliciano,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jenna Figueroa, Kettenberg, Councilwoman Frisbee,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams.
Yes.
Council President Gonzalez,
Yes.
motion carried.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Do we have Janina a call here? Is she here? Okay.
Janina Kaye. Oh my God.
And so the same thing, if you could just say your name and a quick brief as to why you want to do this.
Yep. My name is Janina Kaye. My interest really stemmed from wanting to join the board, stemmed from just my care for animals and my interest in working with this vulnerable group of animals from the shelter. and really just coming up with creative ways to find homes for them.
Thank you, Janine. Any council members? Councilman Williams?
Thank you. Good evening, ma'am. Thanks for your patience. I know it's been a long night. So my question, as far as your background with animals, can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah. I've owned dogs before. I've worked with a lot of, well, I've owned pit bulls. And most of the dogs at the shelter are pit bulls. I think that's the extent of my work with animals, but really, I think my role or my understanding of the role is to work with the community to find ways to get these dogs adopted, and come up with just creative ways to work with not only the community, but businesses and people who can potentially spread the word and get these get homes for these animals.
Okay. And did you happen to adopt any of your dogs from Trenton?
No,
Oh, okay. Were they maybe from another rescue?
they were from my family dogs.
Oh, okay,
so
gotcha.
My siblings, yeah.
Yeah, because one of the things I was curious at how people's experience has been working with the rescue groups or even adopting through Trenton ourselves. So, all right, thank you very much.
Council President,
Councilwoman Feliciano?
thank you. So it is good to see you here tonight. Thank you for coming forward to volunteer your time to be a part of the process. I wish you the very best with it, hopeful that we would move in favor of, like I said again, to have you to be a part of it. I think it'll be a great addition to the board.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Council President.
Council President.
Thank you, Councilwoman Frisbee.
Yes, so good evening. My question is the same as to the prior individual. Have you had prior experience working in a shelter before? Or is this going to be your first?
This will be my first time. I do have experience working with like grassroots organizations, which I think this position really needs. Just working with community members, working with different businesses, I think is a big part of the role, and trying to find how we can house these dogs, how we can get the shelter even recognized. I think a lot of people in the community don't even know that the shelter exists. So I think that's, for me, a really important thing to start off with. So no, I haven't worked with any shelter before, but I've worked with people, communities on a local level to get things going.
Thank you. And then my last question is, knowing that Director Minicapelli is a health director, do you have any issues with helping with not helping to going along with the guidelines that he sets in place and to helping actually to reinforce that as a board member?
No issues, no.
Thank you.
All right, we can move to approve resolution -153.
So move.
Second.
On roll call, Councilwoman Edwards,
Yes.
Councilwoman Feliciano,
Yes.
Councilwoman Figueroa Kettenberg. Yes. Councilwoman Frisbee,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams.
Yes?
Councilwoman Gonzalez,
Yes,
motion carried.
thank you.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. We're moving on to first ordinances. May we have a motion to approve 25-023?
So moved?
Oh, okay. On 23? Council, we got to second it though. We just got to second.
Okay.
Second.
Thank you. Councilwoman Figueroa Kettenberg.
Someone here to speak to this ordinance? Director listed left.
BA, is there anyone that could speak to 23? Oh, I think she's coming back. 25-023.
He's gone.
No? Good evening.
Good evening.
So my question with this is, I had these concerns before. We obviously, I'm happy that, properties are moving, these lots that have been sitting, the people are able to purchase them. I just want to be clear about what a buildable lot is, a buildable size lot, and how these negotiations are coming about, because, we're kind of all over the place with how much we're selling these properties to people, and there's different sizes of these lots. And if you look at the code, 315-4.3, there's a codification of what RL1 and RL2, which are low density, single family homes, and RM1, RM2, which are medium density. And this lot, particularly for 25023, is 1,875 square feet. Per the code, a row home in medium density can be 1,500 square feet. So my problem that I have is when these ordinances, when we're listing these properties and we're saying we're selling them and we're classifying them as, quote, a small vacant narrow strip of land that has been unused, or it does not allow for any other viable use other than a side lot. That's not completely accurate. If per the code, we could build on this lot if it were as small as 1,500 square feet. This one in particular is 1,875 square feet. So why are we mislabeling some of these properties in order to get them sold? And how is that process working?
Well, regarding the specifics of this lot and its compliance with the code, I'd have to pass that over to our city attorney. But we do have a process. We do evaluate these lots on a case-by-case basis, and we do work with the proposers. But as I said, on this particular lot and its compliance with any specific code, I'd have to turn that over to the attorney.
It is spelled out in the statute what that undersized lot is. The representation that was made looking at this was that it fit into that definition. I think unfortunately, Mr. Liston as well as Mr. Malley have both left, and they would be able to talk granularly about the specifics of the size of the lot and or if it's contiguous. I don't think they were anticipating a public hearing on this now, but being the first reading, but maybe that's a question you could email, and Mr. Liston and Mr. Malley can get back to you with respect to the specifics and their understanding as to why it falls in that definition of undersized.
Thank you, Director Rogers. I was actually going to suggest that, Madam President, I'd be satisfied to submit this in writing to Director Liston and get an answer for it for our next council
For the
meeting.
second reading?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, no problem. Can we roll call this, Well,
On roll call for first reading, Councilwoman Edwards.
one second.
First reading. Are we?
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Councilwoman Feliciano,
Yes.
Councilwoman Figueroa Kettenberg,
Yes.
Councilwoman Frisbee,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Councilwoman Gonzalez.
Yes,
Motion carry in first reading. This requires a public hearing and second reading, and that will be scheduled for May 20th, 2025.
we have a motion to approve 25-026.
Second.
More questions?
Any discussion on this?
Okay, on roll call for first reading of ordinance 25-026, Councilwoman Edwards,
Yes.
Councilwoman Feliciano,
Yes.
Councilwoman Figueroa Kettenberg,
Yes.
Councilwoman Frisbee,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Councilwoman Gonzalez.
Yes,
This carried, and it also needs a public hearing and second reading, and that it will also be scheduled for May 20th.
thank you. May we have a motion to approve 25-029?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, on roll call, Councilwoman Edwards,
Yes.
Councilwoman Feliciano,
Yes.
Councilwoman Figueroa Kettner.
Yes.
Councilwoman Frisbee,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Councilwoman Gonzalez.
Yes.
This also carried.
A motion to approve 25-030.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, on roll call, Councilwoman Edwards,
Yes.
Councilwoman Feliciano,
Yes.
Councilwoman Figueroa Kettner.
Yes.
Councilwoman Frisbee,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams.
Yes.
Councilwoman Gonzalez.
Yes.
This also carried.
We have a motion to approve 25-032.
So moved.
Second.
On roll call, Councilwoman Edwards,
We're not reading it.
Councilwoman Edwards.
This
for
is just first reading.
Yes.
Councilwoman Feliciano,
Yes.
Councilwoman Figueroa Kettner.
Yes.
Councilwoman Frisbee,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Councilwoman Gonzalez.
Yes.
This also carried.
May we have a motion to approve 25-034.
So moved.
Second.
On roll call for first reading of ordinance 2534, Councilwoman Edwards,
Yes.
Councilwoman Feliciano,
Yeah.
Council,
1 second.
oh,
Now you read, Mom.
We did it all.
Yes.
Councilwoman Figueroa Kettner,
Yes.
Councilwoman I'm sorry, Councilwoman Frisbee,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams.
Yes.
Councilwoman Gonzalez.
Yes.
This also carries.
Thank you. May we have a motion to approve 25-037, an ordinance establishing a high-rise emergency assistance plan for multi-unit residential building of 40 units or more.
Madam President?
We've got a motion first.
Yes. So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
I know we have some questions on it. So before I get to the questions, I just wanted to state the reason for this ordinance that came about. It is not going to burden the city. This actually was drafted so that the city does not incur a lot of the costs that we have incurred in the past. There are collaborations with different organizations and programs, something that Director Douglas and I have worked on. Because of some of the emergency situations that we've had in the past, and some of the owners of these buildings are relying on the city of Trenton to incur most of the cost for these emergencies. So that was the reason why we drafted it, so that we can have a plan in action, and that way we're not responsible for funding the property. Of course, if there's an emergency, we're going to assist. However, we just want to make sure that the owners are, having some type of responsibility when it comes to taking care of some of the emergencies that we've had. I know Council Vice President spoke about it earlier, but the water main leak, Trenton had to actually pay to get that pipe fixed ahead of time. So we paid almost, I think it was $19,000. I can't remember the dollar amount. And so then we want to put this in action so that way now we're getting reimbursed by those owners. And that was the sole purpose of it. I know there's some suggestions and ideas, and I'm welcome and opening. And I know Director Douglas is not here. He did send a written statement, and I'll read it after the questions are done. And I know we also have Battalion Chief Kevin here to answer questions also. So Councilwoman Frisbee, I'll let you go first. And let me take notes, please.
Thank you, Madam President. So one, I want to commend you because I love the idea that we're actually putting emergency efforts in place for the residents, that we're being proactive with this to make sure that we have something prepared for them. One of the things that I did want to ask to put an amendment in is that they would be required that this would be posted and given, whether it be emailed or a hard copy, to every resident that occupies a building that is 40 units or more. A lot of the times, just like with the rent restrictions, with rent increases that are still a lot of our residents are getting these increases and they don't know that that law has changed for the city of Trenton. We just want to make sure that they are aware of what is going on, that is to aid them. And it is like this, and this is something that's very important because folks might feel destitute, leave town, do whatever, because they don't feel there's something in place for them. I just like to make sure this is required to be posted as well as sent to all the residents.
Thank you. And also just to jump right into, Mr. Kaloji, at first, we were going back and forth because of some state regulations and making sure that we were able to enforce this. And after he did some research, we kind of took some of the things out of this ordinance to make it so that we are able to enforce it. And really, it's just a plan in place that they can have a process. So when things happen, the proper people are notified, the residents are notified, just have a process for communicating and rectifying the situation. I'll go with Councilwoman Williams. Did you have?
I think someone else went before me.
Oh, I don't remember who went. You went? No? Councilwoman? No?
All right, thank you. I think this is a wonderful idea. I'm really glad to see it because one of the issues that came up in the first year of our council was about disaster preparedness,
Yep.
particularly coming out of Kingsbury. So I'd just like to ask possibly if we could consider amending the 40 down to a number of 20 or 25. Because we do have some sizable, I guess you would technically call them mid-rise buildings, but they are ones where even 20 units might overwhelm the system. And Ruth Carter has done a phenomenal job, as has Health Department. But just in case we have a building of 20 units or more, 25 or more, that they also
Okay.
would come under this, ma'am.
Thank you.
Would
Did you want to speak to it, Battalion Chief Kevin? I know that, and I'm going to read Director Douglas's statement also.
You know what? Why don't I let that go? Because he'll probably end up saying the same stuff I was going to
Okay.
say.
Okay. I know he just wanted me to read it just because he was not able, he's in a training out of state, and he just wanted to say, the Office of Emergency Management and the Fire Department respond to all potential threats to public and private entities that have direct effects on our community. It has been established by the federal, state, and local governments that once an incident has been stabilized and deemed safe, it shall be placed in the recovery phase and transferred back to the building's managers or owners. It shall be the responsibility of the manager or owners to maintain the property without the taxation of municipal resources. The city of Trenton has been subject to the failures of private property managers and owners who have failed to maintain proper maintenance of residential properties, which affects city residents. And then also this does, we did ask for copies of inspection certificates for their fire, for different entities that would help us make sure that they're maintaining the buildings properly so that we can try to prevent some emergencies. Of course, some things are going to happen unexpected, but the whole point is to us be a little bit more proactive in that area and that they're communicating it with residents and with the city. Did you want to still say something? Okay.
Sometimes I forget how smart the director is. I'm just a fireman, so I'm going to bring that down to, and actually I want to give credit to former Councilwoman Vaughn because she brought it up kind of in a different sense of the thing, but the issue we had in that is being addressed by this, and it's not an indictment of them. 20 years ago when we closed the firehouses and we lost fire inspection, the DCA had to come in because we couldn't do it anymore. And sometimes that means we're out of the loop. We're not getting this information at the fire department. We don't know half of this. When the buildings lose power, when they had the fire on 319 South Broad and the fire pump went down and the building might have been evacuated because the DCA was going to close it. We're not aware of any of these issues anymore. And stuff like this is kind of the first step into bringing the city itself back into the fold of its own buildings. So thank you.
Thank you.
President?
Go ahead, Councilwoman Williams.
Just like to request if I may offer an amendment to the 20 units and above.
You did.
Oh, I didn't know if you need me to formally ask for that. Sorry. Thank you.
Well, I was going to include some of the amendments that you all just mentioned.
Thank you.
I think that was it. So may we have a motion to approve? Let me just make sure I can read it right. Ordinance number 23-037.
25.
excuse me, we're doing 37. Oh, 25-037, an ordinance establishing high-rise emergency assistance plans for multi-unit residential building with an amendment to say 25 units or more. And also, we can include the language of the emergency plan being posted and maybe the common spaces of each building.
Being made available upon request.
Oh, made available upon request, upon.
In other words, if we exchange in writing exactly what the amendment's gonna be, put it together. Because what's gonna happen is
Okay.
somebody's gonna, it's gonna get lost.
Thank you. So we're gonna just approve it as is and make the changes and necessary amendments in writing before for the second reading. Thank you, Mr. Kaloji, for that.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay, on roll call for first reading of ordinance 25-037, Councilwoman Edwards,
Yes.
Councilwoman Feliciano,
Yes.
Councilwoman Figueroa Kettenberg.
Yes.
Councilwoman Frisbee,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Councilwoman Gonzalez.
Yes,
Motion carried.
thank you.
Okay,
Oh, a motion for 25-039, ordinance authorizing the sale of city-owned property commonly known as 839 Prospect to Lorraine Robinson for the sale price of $15,000.
So moved.
Second.
on roll, on roll call, Councilwoman Edwards,
Yes.
Councilwoman Feliciano,
Yes.
Councilwoman Figueroa Kettenberg,
Yes.
Councilwoman Frisbee,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Councilwoman Gonzalez.
Yes. May we have a motion to approve 25-040, ordinance authorizing sale of city-owned property not commonly known as 26 Sylvester Street to Terrence Chu for the sale price of $4,000.
So moved. Second.
Thank you.
On roll call, Councilwoman Edwards,
Yes.
Councilwoman Feliciano,
Yes.
Councilwoman Figueroa Kettenberg,
Yes.
Councilwoman Frisbee,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Councilwoman Gonzalez.
Yes.
Motion carried.
May we have a motion to approve 25-041, ordinance authorizing sale of city-owned property commonly known as 449 Stuyvesant Avenue to Derek E. Dosado for the sale price of $3,000.
So moved.
Second.
On roll call, Councilwoman Edwards,
Yes.
Councilwoman Feliciano,
Yes.
Councilwoman Figueroa Kettenberg,
Yes.
Councilwoman Frisbee,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Councilwoman Gonzalez.
Yes.
Motion carried.
May we have a motion to approve 25-042, ordinance authorizing the sale of city-owned property commonly known as 16 Eastburn Avenue to Jack M. Conde for the sale price of $5,000.
So moved.
Second.
Councilwoman, on roll call for a motion to introduce Councilwoman Edwards,
Yes.
Councilwoman Feliciano,
Yes.
Councilwoman Figueroa Kettenberg,
Yes.
Councilwoman Frisbee,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Councilwoman Gonzalez.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. May we have a motion to approve 25-43, ordinance authorizing the sale of city-owned property commonly known as 36 Fountain Avenue to Shamar Santo for the sale price of $15,000.
So moved.
Second.
On roll call, Councilwoman Edwards,
Yes.
Councilwoman Feliciano,
Yes.
Councilwoman Figueroa Kettenberg,
Yes.
Councilwoman Frisbee,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Councilwoman Gonzalez.
Yes.
Motion carried.
May we have a motion to approve ordinance 25-044, ordinance authorizing the sale of city-owned property commonly known as 42 and 67 Oak Street, 202 Passaic Street, 140 Spring Street, 323 and 498 West Hanover to BL Investor Group LLC for the sale price of $40,000.
So moved.
Second.
On roll call, Councilwoman Edwards,
Yes.
Councilwoman Feliciano,
Yes.
Councilwoman Figueroa Kettenberg, Councilwoman Frisbee,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Councilwoman Gonzalez,
Yes.
motion carried.
And then we have ordinance 25-045, ordinance amendment, ordinance number 24-019, and ordinance 25-002 to correct a lot designation.
So moved.
Second.
On roll call, Councilwoman Edwards,
Yes.
Councilwoman Feliciano,
Yes.
Councilwoman Figueroa Kettenberg, Councilwoman Frisbee,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Councilwoman Gonzalez.
Yes.
Motion carried.
May we have a motion to approve 25-46, an ordinance providing for the safe storage of firearms within the city of Trenton.
So moved.
Second.
Council President?
Yes, hold on one second. Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. I don't see Director Wilson or representative from Police Department, so maybe most appropriate for Mr. Bridges. Just a couple questions for clarity. So with this, it would be a clear requirement, and I really like the idea of this ordinance, I very much do, that all gun owners, which would be, licensed gun owners, obviously, would be required to have a gun safety lock as well as a gun safe for their firearm.
That's correct.
Okay. And also with this, because there might be some folks who question it, of course, this would not be a violation of the Second Amendment, the right to bear arms.
That's correct also.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am.
Council
Sorry.
President?
Councilwoman Frisbee.
Yes, so I brought this ordinance forward because for several reasons. One, I wanted to strengthen the way folks carry and conceal weapons here in the city and have a stronger definition of it. I wanted to make sure that every household, not to offend anyone with their rights, if they have a right and they have a weapon and it is purchased legally, then there is nothing that is a infraction against them. But if they are not harboring it, if they do not have the weapon properly, did not obtain it properly, then there are penalties that will come along with that, and that is for everyone. And then we have put in there a clear definition of what a firearm is and what goes along with that. So I'm excited to present this and get this so that our city streets are safer. Thank you, Madam President.
Councilwoman Feliciano.
Thank you, Council President. Just a quick question. Wait a minute. For, I guess for Councilwoman Frisbee, just to be clear, I like the ordinance. I thought that people always had to, lock their firearms up, in any way. But the question that I have is for number 2, where it says about the violation, right? For any person that leaves it out and then somebody commits a crime with it.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't know what I was supposed to. Excuse me, ma'am, can we just get back to with this business? Okay, thank you.
So, if they leave the firearm out, if they don't have it secured in a container or anything, and somebody broke into the house and then took it and then committed a crime, that the person that didn't lock it up is gonna have a penalty if it's proven that it was their gun and it wasn't locked up in the case?
So everything is on a case-by-case basis, but this does say every gun is supposed to be secured properly. So yes, if they have it under the bed, if they have it in a shoebox, all of those things, that means you have your gun stored in properly. So the answer to that would be yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. I think, um, Carried. Okay, I mean, I get it. I just was wondering if, and we could talk about this offline, just if we kind of state that person also gets in trouble. That's why I was asking. I get your concept, but maybe if we could kind of flush that out a little bit, that they too.
Oh, it's not just the individual.
Right.
Yeah, yeah, the one who owns it, and of course, the one who stole
Right.
it. So yes, there are
Right, but
repercussions for
just
them
more
as
so for
well.
the owner that, yeah, so that they understand like, oh, okay, so I see what she's saying. Don't let me leave this on the bed.
Right.
Cause I'm gonna get it too.
Mhm.
I understood, but I just would like to see it. So yeah,
So we can.
I'm with
we
it.
can
Okay,
amend that,
thank
absolutely.
you. That was it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lourdes? Microphone.
On first reading for, ordinance 2546, Councilwoman Edwards,
Yes.
Councilwoman Feliciano,
Yes.
Councilwoman Figueroa Kettner. Yes. Councilwoman Frisbee,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Councilwoman Gonzalez.
Yes.
It can't.
And a
ordinance carries.
motion to approve 25-047, an ordinance regulating the parking of vehicles near stop sign.
So move.
Second.
Council President?
Yes.
With this ordinance, I just would like to suggest, and my question would be, will there be a public education campaign that we will be enforcing this? Because this, I think it's sorely needed, especially for blind spots in all of our neighborhoods. But we really need to make sure that there's a media effort in Spanish and English to make sure that, and Polish and Creole, to make sure that folks know that this is coming and that they will be ticketed for it. Because this will definitely surprise a lot of people.
Right. Thank you for that, Councilwoman Williams. This was also drafted with the complaints that we received throughout council meeting, and actually we're adjusting it to allow for more parking space from the stop sign. Because I think it was 50 feet, so people were getting ticketed from 50 feet.
Yeah.
So at least now they have until, for 25 feet. So hopefully it would help, but that's a great point that we can bring up and make sure that it's advertised properly, especially at our community meetings.
Yep.
Thank
And
you.
even
Council-
maybe they could send a press release.
Yeah.
Thank
you.
Council President?
Yes, ma'am.
When we are looking at this before second reading, if we would also have it amended where there is a painting of the curb to identify the 25 feet. So some residents who don't understand what 25 feet is, whether it is painted yellow or there are stripes that are put on the curb, so that there is absolutely no room for doubt with that.
Thank you. We can discuss with Director Onatary off the line. Thank you for that suggestion. Yeah, Councilwoman Figueroa Kettner.
This actually came up, thank you for this, but this actually came up recently at my CPAC, and one of the constituents was asking for this specifically. Chief Santora was at the meeting and stated that per state statute, this is not allowable. 25 feet within the parkings, the stop sign.
Mhm.
So I just want to make sure that everything was clarified, that this is allowable within the city of Trenton, per state statute.
Thank you. I know that it was shared with our legal department, and Mr. Kaloji chimed in and also did his research, and we found that it was allowable. So that's something we can also discuss just to double check, but to our understanding, it is allowable in Trenton.
Okay.
Thank you, hon.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Feliciano.
Thank you, Council President. So then, just for the record, if Mr. Kaloji could just
Yes.
state that this is allowable, so we have it just for the record within the feet.
Yes, it is. An individual actually, I think, raised this issue during some conversation with the council. We researched it thoroughly. We are able to do this. There's an exception for a school zone. It's all laid out in the ordinance, but yeah, it's absolutely permissible.
All right, cool. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. K. Thank you all.
Yep.
Lourdes. Thank you.
Okay, roll call for first reading of ordinance 25-047, Councilwoman Edwards,
Yes.
Councilwoman Feliciano.
Yes.
Councilwoman Figueroa Kettner. Councilwoman Frisbee,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams?
Yes?
Councilwoman Gonzalez?
Yes.
This ordinance carries. All of these ordinance need a public hearing and second reading, and they will all be held on May 20th, 2025. Now,
Public comments?
public comment?
Do you have a good board? So just for the public, you have 5 minutes and council is not obliged to respond during public comment. However, they may respond to you during civic comment. And if you could state your name and address when you come forth. Thank you. Lourdes, who's the first one on the list?
Sarah Cummington?
Can you press the, yep.
Hello, everyone in the city of Trenton. Hello, City Council. Hello, West Bridges. Hello, everyone in the thing and everybody on Zoom. This is Cheryl Thompson Covington. And what I would like to say is, in the city of Trenton, I see a lot of discrimination going on with the disabled and handicapped because I am one. Looks can be very deceiving. Now, as far as this parking enforcement in the city of Trenton, something needs to be done. You guys just had something up here about 25 feet, but you guys had the city of Trenton, got a lot of work being done on the city of Trenton streets, and people that had placards from city of Trenton, people, you came out, put the license plates on there. We had placards. We had park in front of our house. Then you got the city of Trenton, got the Trenton recreation people out there drilling holes and everything. Houses done caught on fire. Then they park in the parking spots where we're supposed to park at. So therefore, then you got Cam McNair and everybody else riding around parking enforcement. I know everybody. A lot of Trenton, New Jersey is related to Cheryl Covington. Over 90%. So therefore, if you're going to have the city of Trenton people and workers, construction workers, people there, where is the disabled supposed to park at? That's number one. Since you want to give out tickets and impose all this different type of stuff, 25 feet. Now, what you going to do about the people in these city of Trenton trucks, big trucks, parking at the corners, on the streets, and people like me, looks can be very deceiving because my doctor gave me my disabilities. It's a lot of them, Looks be very deceived. So where we supposed to park at, and then we getting tickets. That's number one. Number two is the city of Trenton is the only municipality, Ewing, Lawrence, when you have handicap parking, we don't pay for the little things that you got to put in the things. We the only city in Trenton, New Jersey, that makes people pay for the parking. And handicap got a lot of this. And then I want to talk about parking enforcement. Now that's what I'm here for. Because like you just spoke up 25 feet from it, y'all had city of Trenton trucks on Franklin Street, house caught on fire and everything. I walk outside, I'm on the right side of the street by the T-Cow bar, 400 block. Here comes Karen McNair. Okay, give me a ticket. I know how to read. I know how to spell very well. 4 master's degree from Rider University, doctorates and everything from Rider University. Looks can be very deceiving. Okay, so that's why you can't assume about people. You have to get to know people. Okay, so now I got a ticket. So I go down to Trenton Municipal Courthouse yesterday. Okay, and then they wrote down her name, Raquel Camacho, which is the court director. Now, August 5th, 2012, I covered 3 kids in this city. Cops, you got some cops that don't even have bullets. I have a bullet right there, bullet in my back, right collapse lung, pins and rods. I covered 3 kids, okay? When this is horrible. So I go down there to talk about this ticket to get a court date. Because if you don't get a court date, you get your license suspended. I need my car for medical reasons, to get the doctors. So I go down there, I said, well, I need to schedule a, court date so I can have my pictures. Do you know, Raquel tells me, looks to be very deceived. She says, well, you have to fill out the paper. My arm goes in and out. I have a lot of physical therapy. So the next thing you know, I said, well, I can't write certain ways. Well, you didn't write it in the lines. She took the paper back and then gave me another paper. Okay, so that's what I want to say in front of city council, because one thing about Ms. Covington, I'm far from stupid and I'm highly educated. So I'm going to put this on the record right now. Okay, to constitute a violation of the Americans with Disabilities Act, ADA, in a municipal building by staff workers, the action must involve discrimination against individuals with disabilities and fall under the preview in either Title II or Title III. Okay, denial of a program action of a staff member through actions prevents a person with disabilities from accessing or benefit municipal program, services, or anything. That's a violation. That becomes a lawsuit. I'm putting it on notice here right now. You need to get with your city council. I asked her, Serena Baker is y'all disability advocate. I said, well, she's the advocate. Can you have her fill out the top form that you want me to fill out? Why do I have a bullet in my arm? Know what they did? They called Trenton police on me in the hallways yesterday. Okay, Sergeant Miles and also Officer Kuzar, lady cop. He comes up to me, oh, you got to leave. I said, I'm not leaving for nothing because I need to schedule this court date. So then he says, you're not disabled. I've been with Capitol Health since I was a baby. Nothing mental. You heard all them degrees? Nothing mental. I have a lot of physical disabilities, bullets, collapsed lungs, open heart surgery 3 times since birth, pins and rods. I cover kids when other people in the street wouldn't even cover kids in this city. They ran past them on Hoffman Avenue when them drug boys were shooting. I wasn't born with bullets, and I have bullets. And all I ask is for, like Aretha Franklin say, RESPCT. Now, before you this time. I deserve this time.
Yes, you
That's
do.
what I do.
But-
I deserve this time.
Remember the date I told you, May 15th. May 15th, I think.
What is that?
The city stat. That's the date I gave you earlier for the city stat.
Can somebody explain that?
Remember, I told you could come here and then it'll be all the directors
Mayor,
and
you
everyone.
gonna be here?
Yes, it should be all of the
From Police Department.
correct. You'll
All
have the
right.
director here also. Thank you.
Okay, now just one last thing
Thank you.
before I walk out the door
You have to-
about Kingsbury. Remember you said I could say it. Be welcome.
Thank you.
But
Why is
watch
this
how
going out?
people treat
Look at
people with
this.
disabilities at that municipal.
Thank you.
Clark?
Carol Clark?
Everybody, let's stay in here and God bless everybody. Because Cheryl Covington don't bite her tongue. Stop devaluing disabled people in the city. That's all I got.
Thank you, Ms. Covington.
I will email you and put the formal right.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Carol, you state your name and address, please?
Caroline Clark, 1812 Riverside Drive. Okay, good evening, council. Good evening, Trentonians. I'm here to talk about DEP's RFP to regionalize Trenton Waterworks. So DEP put out a RFP about regionalizing, but I believe that DEP is interfering and regulating the management of a municipal's internal affairs. I am asking council to please find out for me and other Trentonians, where does DEP get the legal authority to put out that RFP? With respect to regionalization, in the governmental space, regionalization typically means consolidating services within a region. And usually that's done to save money. So historically, we know about schools being regionalized. We know police departments are regionalized. But what we do know is At the end of the day, the only reason for a municipality to regionalize a department is to save taxpayers money. But regionalizing Trenton Waterworks does not save Trenton's taxpayers any money. It costs us money. This proposal proposes sharing up our money with 4 other municipalities. So there is a benefit to the taxpayers in Hamilton, Hopewell, Ewing, and Lawrence, but it is an expense to Trenton. So there is no benefit for us to engage in this regionalization endeavor. Moreover, we are not consolidating services here. The other municipalities do not have a utility service to combine with ours. We are the only one that has a utility. So this is not a consolidation. This is taking our asset and sharing it up amongst other municipalities. So I'm just not sure why we would even think about doing that. I read that Trenton Waterworks suffers from underinvestment. The solution for underinvestment is to appropriately invest. So why would DEP then suggest that we should take monies that we should be investing in Trenton Waterworks to give to other municipalities? They identified a problem, underinvestment, and then they proposed a solution that is counterintuitive. How would you take the money that we should be reinvesting and give it to other municipalities? Then DEP had the audacity to say regionalization is beneficial and equitable to the region. Well, let me say this. Of the 5 municipalities in the RFP, Trenton is the poorest. Why would you take money from the poorest municipality and give to the richer municipalities and then have the nerve to call it equitable? I think we have this paradigm confused. It's the other way around, okay? The median income in all those other municipalities is almost twice as much as Trenton's. Trenton is one of New Jersey's poorest cities. So why would a progressive governor, a Democratic county executive, I believe that I should have more time.
No, Ms. Clark, I was gonna let you finish your thought for that thing, but not more time.
Well, all right, I'll just finish my thought. So
Quickly.
if we are poorer than those districts, and then you're taking money from us, and we have all these Democratic governor, executive,
Yes.
and our mayor supporting this, I hope Trentonians take note that the Democrats are not our friends.
Thank you so much, Ms. Clark. Next, Lourdes or George.
Candida Torres. Okay. Next is Cherry Garrett. Okay. Victor Irizarry.
Good evening. So again, it's a pleasure. My issue is politics and religion. The lady that was here, ma'am, I don't know your name. I just read this. I'm reading this article that says by Solomon Abdul Rahman from, I believe, he was a reporter for the Trentonian. back in August 19, 2021, he breaks in his article that Trenton is classified or rated as the 5th richest city in the U.S. Fifth richest city in the U.S. And then it also says that Trenton falls within 5 as far as violent cities in New Jersey. It's within one website says it's 5. It's 5th in order from 1 to 5. 1 to 10 is 5, and then 7 in another one. And then the crime wave here in America, well, I believe personally, let me get to the point that I'm trying to make, that crime in America and racism in America both are myth and man-made. And the problem in Trenton, there's another article here that, let me see. Well, anyway, it's saying about how many arrests that are being made here in Trenton, New Jersey, and it's being posted about the good job the law enforcement is making. And previously, a few months ago, maybe last month, I was reading something, I was making a comment on a book that I was reading that law enforcement and their concept or ideology of being able to combat crime the way they want to do it, it's a myth. That's 3 myths already. So crime basically is cultural. It was designed for a particular purpose. Again, I go back to the scriptures, and it's also politics. Scriptures being that the war of good and evil, God and the devil. All right. That's the religious part. And then the political part is that it's a design between 2 groups of ancient black tribes of the planet Earth, and that's the tribe of Shabazz and the tribe of Yaakov. But back now, keeping this in the boundaries of America, what happens in D.C. is because it's a result of Trenton in the Revolutionary War, of course. The first victory in that Revolutionary War was here in Trenton, New Jersey, and further on, and went further to free America from Britain and the Europeans, and then establish itself as a world power in the United States. So I'm saying what's going on in Trenton, New Jersey is designed and orchestrated for particular people, what used to be the African Americans, in pursuit or searching or looking for the black messiahs to save the planet Earth in righteousness. So now crime and how all the things we're going through in Trenton, New Jersey is a result of the war of good and evil. But politically, it's man-made because evil people who are now, we're talking about God and the devil, we're talking about criminals and the good guys supposed to be cops, where the devils are actually people, just like saints. Devils are people who are working in these areas that are designed where we were blessed with government from God to live as civilized people. And that's not happening because of the corruption, again, by bad people in positions of leadership and law enforcement, military, they of course, do not belong in. So one thing I'm disappointed about, I was thinking about it yesterday or the day before, is that we say, now be direct, Puerto Ricans and African Americans, I think we have a duty to black people and white people, not white people, brown people, black people, brown people. Let me be slow it down a little bit. Puerto Ricans for the Hispanics and African Americans for so-called Asiats or black people. Now we have these positions of power that we can make these legal changes in politics, and we do not go about it and do the correct thing, and we attack each other instead of attacking the bad people of all colors in these positions that are not being utilized properly. Now, we got the Democrats and Republicans, and Democrats, regardless of color, consider the Democrats as a demonized group of people. They claim Christianity and capitalism and so forth, and yet they do the devil's work or criminal activities. So that's my comment for tonight, and I'm really disappointed within Puerto Ricans and African Americans.
Thank you, Mr. Osari. Osario. The next person.
Okay. Kathy McBride.
Good evening. My name is Kathy McBride at 46 Laurel Place. And I would like to first invoke my right under the Faulkner's Act for my 10 minutes. Mr. Bridges could explain that to you, or Mr. Kaloji, but I am invoking my right to
Miss-
speak for my 10 minutes under the Faulkner's Act.
Mr. K, is that for Miss? Can you speak to that, Mr. K?
Ms. McBride, they amended the ordinance to
Well, I haven't seen any amended ordinance, and
Sorry?
I said, I haven't seen an amended ordinance, and I am invoking my right as a citizen for my 10 minutes.
The
under
ordinance
the
has been-
Faulkner's
Sorry,
Act.
they're going to cut you off in 5
The
minutes.
Faulkner's Act says I am allowed 10 minutes, and I intend to take it. So I'm here tonight to speak to the RFP from the Department of Environmental Protection. I would first like to say I'm so discouraged because a lot of questions have been asked tonight about the water department. So the water department was founded, the Trenton Water Works Department was founded in 1801. The council established the board. It also went to referendum in the 1800s for us to be in total control of our water department. We fast forward up to 2009, we had another referendum put on the ballot to keep control of our water department because we did not want to sell our water department. Today, when I hear about the Department of Environmental Protection sending out an RFP, but nobody is talking about the fact that Ewing Township, Hamilton, Lawrence, and Hopewell, part of Hopewell, owes the city of Trenton millions of dollars. There is a list that you could get as council members showing a breakdown of every nonprofit organization that owes us money, every municipality that haven't paid us a dime in years. These things need to be enforced. When you talk about regionalization, you're talking about taking more from the residents and the taxpayers in Trenton. Just say like we agreed to this regionalization. They put this board together. And if all else fails, the taxpayers in the city of Trenton still have to pick up the pieces. We have lead line replacements. We went into an agreement with all of these municipalities for their lead lines. Can any of you tell me to this date if Hamilton, Lawrence, or Ewing paid for their lead line replacement? Every family in the city of Trenton had to pay $1,000 for the lead line replacement, but they replaced the borough's lead lines before they replaced ours. As taxpayers, they went to Ewing, Lawrence, and Hamilton first. So then we said, okay, you did theirs. When are they going to pay us? Because you're charging the residents of the city of Trenton $1,000. When is the other municipalities going to pay us? Can anybody tell me to this date if we have collected any money from the lead line replacements from the other boroughs surrounding Trenton, like you have collected those $1,000 from the residents of the city of Trenton? All the bonds that are issued from the water department falls on the backs of the residents of Trenton. The fact that they're talking about regionalizing our water, most of our income comes from that water department. The taxes, we don't have enough ratables here to lose our water. Then I hear about the tax liens and the tax sales. Someone asked the question about how much is the interest rate? It's 18%. It's 18% when you're late. That is what the city charged, 18%. So if I can't afford to pay my regular taxes, how am I going to pay the 18%? And then you, the city, we take the 18% and the tax that we owe, and we sell that off to another person. So we don't know how much their interest rate is. So what I want to say to
Mr.
all of
Breyer,
you here
if you could just
today,
finish. Kaloji could speak to it, but it is not mandated for 10 minutes during a public meeting according to the Faulkner Act that we just received. But I'll let Mr. K speak to that.
well, he will
He has
have
to
to. And
Mr.
so I'm gonna finish my thought. And say to each and every one of you here today, we need to think hard and strong about anyone coming to us wanting to take part or ownership into the Trenton Water. They say, oh, it's about creating a board. Well, when you go to Macy's, this is just an analogy. When you go to Macy's and you don't like what they're selling in Macy's, you can't go up to the board members and say, hey, I want to create
Right.
another board.
Thank you, Ms. McBride, for that.
So
I just
you
want to be
know-
respectful to everybody else that only had 5 minutes, but according to the Faulkner, we don't need to do the 10 minutes.
Okay, well, Mr. Kaloji, you need to give
Thank
that to me in writing.
I can't send you written legal opinions. I can tell you right now, the Faulkner Act says that the council shall determine the rules of its own proceedings. In 2023, the council amended its rule regarding public comment from 10 to 5 minutes. I've got the ordinance number if you need it, and the clerk's office can certainly.
No, I want to go back to the Faulkner's Act, so I'll do so.
Okay.
Thank you,
and
Ms.
I'll reach out.
McBride.
I would
As a
love to hear
taxpayer,
it.
I think the Faulkner's Act says I have 10 minutes.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Lourdes.
Robin Bond.
No, that was.
Thank you. Robin Vaughn, 1100 Stuyvesant Avenue, Trenton, 08618. I appreciate the comments from my neighbors. I believe both Ms. McBride and Caroline Clark lives in the West Ward. So yes, here we are again. Our customers and ratepayers feels as though that they have a stake in an asset in a department that belongs to the municipality of the city of Trenton. I don't have to reiterate what Kathy McBride stated or Ms. Clark or others as to where the assets of the city of Trenton belong. I think our law department is well funded. We have all the top law firms in the state of New Jersey. Mr. Bridges needs to deploy them and push back on the state of New Jersey. Start representing the city, Mr. Bridges. We need you. We deploy, the residents and taxpayers of the city deployed a petition. Already, we have 250 signatures in Climate, hard copy, 55 online, and this petition has only started today. So we're coming for you, Mr. Bridges. Okay?
Mr. Bridges.
So you are not doing your job. You're not representing us. You are there because of the taxpayers. So if you want to continue to cape for Reed, the mayor, Mayor Gussior, keep caping for him, okay? We pay you, the taxpayers, the residents and taxpayers. So push back on DEP, push back on DCA. They owe Trenton millions of dollars in pilot money that you haven't gone after. They owe us money from transitional aid that they have not paid. They're not even here being represented. Where are they? No one on this council even calls out DCA. They're supposed to be providing the oversight. Instead, they're working to overtake assets with outsiders and political operatives. So you guys are up here elected. Defend your city. The Department of Water is ours. Those folks out in the townships, they're just customers. They're just ratepayers. They can go elsewhere. They don't have to, we don't have to service them. They have no stake in any department in the city of Trenton, let alone our water department. They're just here trying to steal our revenues. Go to Aqua Water, disconnect from our system. What they need to do is go to their mayor, go to their council, they have one, and ask them to raise a resolution to disconnect, like Robbinsville did. Robbinsville over there, that used to be a part of Hamilton Township, they are with Aqua Water. Let Hamilton do the same. We don't care. I don't even care because I know how this is going to go. They're overstepping a municipality, a self-governed city. You can stay quiet and cape for the folks who put you in those seats, but the residents is not going to go for it. This is our water utility. We're the taxpayers. Those 4 municipalities don't pay taxes here and we don't pay taxes there. This is not about rate paying. It's about tax paying. Trenton Water Works is fully backed by the full faith and credit of the city of Trenton taxpayers. Even if they were, hypothetically, came on board, how are you going to collect taxes from them? You sit back and you don't say nothing. You don't talk about things that are important. You gloss over things. Just like you glossed over the Kingsbury apartments, like you have jurisdiction over there. You have no jurisdiction. Go to the state, write a resolution to the state legislature and tell them to do their jobs. But that's not your job. And because of that, nothing will get done. You're doing the people at Kingsbury a disservice.
Next order.
Amanda Parsons. That's it.
Thank you all. We're gonna move to civic comment and, I'm gonna start with Council Vice President tonight.
Thank you, Madam President. Good evening, everyone. First, I want to say congratulations again to the honor bestowed on Mayor Palmer to have the annex at City Hall renamed after him. It was a wonderful ceremony and a well-deserved and earned honor. I want to say just comment on some of the things that were said tonight about Kingsbury. I want to thank them for coming in and giving another update on where things are. But let's talk about how this all came to be. Kingsbury has been in a severe state of dilapidation for decades. That I grew up all over this city, all over it. And I used to hang out in Kingsbury in my teenage years, and that place has always been deplorable. And here we are 20 years later, and up until the beginning of the renovations, it was still in the state that it was in. From when I first entered this office, one of the first actions that I did was to reach out to the state, Kingsbury, the rest of council, this mayor and administration, and every elected official within Mercer County, understanding that 3 units or more is under the jurisdiction of DCA, of the state of New Jersey. Yes, we are fully in understanding of that. However, the people that reside in those towers and those low rises are Trentonians. They are residents, and they were forgotten by our state. So that's why I personally, professionally, reached out to extend an olive branch to start the conversation to see how we can fix things within those towers. We had conducted tours of Kingsbury Towers and those low rises, and we firsthand saw the deplorable conditions of it. Legislative District 15 has been in each one of these email threads. They have been invited to the meetings, and Assemblywoman Reynolds Jackson has been meeting with Kingsbury in her own time. However, this council, in regards to protecting Trentonians and making sure they had everything that they needed and everything that they wanted to have a good quality of life and good, healthy environment for their families, for seniors, for everyone that's in those buildings and now and in the future to come has good quality living. The previous managers and previous owners of the buildings were not doing their part. They were not renovating the building and were blatantly ignoring or maybe had missed correspondence from HMFA because high rises like those every 10 or 20 years are supposed to undergo capital improvements. And those letters went unanswered until this council stepped in and demanded that something be done. Now they have new developers, a new property management team, and new ownership under this council. So the hundreds of residents that live in there now are being finally provided a good quality of life. And the tenants are very, very active, in which they were not before. They were not at the table. They were not even in the room. And now they're developing their own boards. And the new owners of this entity is inviting tenants to be on the board with them to have even further representation. That is what this council has done. And though, yes, it's not our jurisdiction, but our residents, our constituents live in those buildings and they deserve better. And it wasn't until we had stepped up to the plate, then things got done. So I commend my council colleagues who have been meeting bi-weekly for the last nearly 2 years with Kingsbury Development Team to make sure that they had access to HMFA, access to other resources and information that they needed, and allowed us to advocate for the residents of this city to make sure they have a good quality of life and that they're safe. So I just wanted to talk about that. Moving on to another alarming situation in the city that has transpired over the last week. There has been reportings, about 17 reportings of a Latino looking individual, a man who has been breaking and entering into homes in the late hours of the night and seemingly targeting single women or women who are left alone at night while the men are working overnight, and have been, things have been stolen. They have been sexually assaulted to an extent. No type of rape situations, thank God, but other sexual type of things has happened. And I just want to say that I'm highly disappointed that this seems to have been going on for months and the public was not made aware of it. I'm not sure if all or none of these women that have been, violated through breaking and enterings and what have you, has reported every incident that has happened. But apparently the police department has been aware of this and the public has not been made aware. And I'm very disappointed in that. I think that it puts a lot of people at risk, and that when things like this happen, these things need to be brought to the public's attention so that we can avoid it. So I would say, and most of these incidences has been happening in the West Ward. Please, everyone, ladies, everyone, men, lock your windows at night, set your alarms, make sure your doors are locked so that people do not have easy access to enter your homes while you are sleeping. Please protect yourselves. Please stay vigilant. And if something happens, please speak up. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you. Councilwoman Feliciano.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming and joining us tonight. And for those that stayed for the public comment as we went through the business of the city, we appreciate you and hearing what it is that you had to say. So let me just touch it real quick about the Trenton Waterworks. I've been asking questions this whole time about Trenton Waterworks from the time that I worked at Trenton Waterworks part-time to when I left till now. It is no secret that there are things that have not been done correctly. I stated a couple of those things here tonight. Don't think that I'm not looking into what it is that needs to be looked into. I am not for the regionalization of Trenton Waterworks. I've said that before and I'm saying it now. I am not for that. It is an asset for the city of Trenton. I believe that we need to do better and that we need to look deeper into this. I am concerned about the employees that work at Trenton Waterworks. We're going to bring everybody in. Are we going to push some of them out? Who's going to oversee it and what is happening? who were the people that we put in place that were supposed to make sure that we were okay in the first place, right? And why are we not okay? Second, DEP. There was discussions between amongst our council members, for those that have not been coming to the meetings, possibly not watching online, but there have been discussions we have asked about. DCA says one thing, DEP says another thing, but those two seem to be bumping heads. So it's almost like it's by design that there are different areas in which we are faltering, and that is unacceptable. We have asked for consolidated meetings, of which it has not happened, but we're not sitting here blind to the fact that something is wrong and things need to be done. Nobody's co-signing, nobody's stepping up and bootlicking or nothing like that. We're here doing the work and asking the questions, right? So I just want to make that very clear. When it comes to Kingsbury Towers, I agree with Councilwoman Edwards in the fact that, okay, yeah, the state oversees certain buildings like that. And then when we look at Trent Towers and stuff, but those are Trentonians and those are people that, you know what, they vote, they live here, they reside here, and they deserve our attention just like everybody else. I know that I personally have gone into Trent Towers previously with Marge Caldwell Wilson when we first got into this thing. And I wrote to the management company myself, even though it was the state people, the legislators. I ain't got time for that. Those people are looking at me saying, what about us? Right. And me as the elected official said, yeah, what about you? What do I need to do to help you? And so I had gotten them better security in there, pest control services and the like, and did my thing to help them to be treated fairly and equitably, just as a homeowner in the city of Trenton or those that live in the Trenton Housing Authority. Trenton is Trenton and everybody deserves our service and our attention if we can help. Now, yeah, we called up the state legislators as well. Well, what are y'all gonna do, right? But if they ain't doing it, we can't ignore it because these people deserve a good quality of life as well. And I've committed myself to do what it is that I can to help all Trentonians to live in the lifestyle that they deserve, and I have done so. I do want to say shout out to the Outdoor Equity Alliance and the New Jersey Tree Foundation. They partnered with the city and they partnered with a bunch of business owners. They came out and volunteered on Saturday. They planted some trees down West State Street. I thought that that was really cool when I watched the process and was talking to the people. You know what I mean? It ain't my thing because I don't have a green thumb, but I appreciate the people that were out there doing the work, because what it did do was it brought people together in a collective way that they wanted to improve what was going on and to help the city. And that's important. There were men there, women there were children there were business owners, there were residents, everybody was there, and they collectively worked together to make it happen. I do want to shout out Director Anatiri and his crew for looking to address the need of a resident out West Trenton, Ivy Avery. We all met out there one day about signage for the crossing guards out there, and now they're looking into getting things to be put in the street that will indicate to kind of slow down at that curve when they're coming up Prospect to swing around onto West State Street, to prohibit cars from just flying through when the crossing guard is there. They're looking to make changes and looking to make things happen. And we're looking at creative approaches on how it is that we can help the city. The light is out at, what was it, Bellevue? I put a post up about it, I'm sorry. But there's a couple lights out in the city. If y'all want to see the status, look on my Facebook page. I hate to say it like that because I don't have time to tell you, but I did contact transportation. They gave us an answer. They are working on it and they're looking to get it fixed. Thank y'all for coming out. God bless. Good night.
Thank you, Councilwoman Feliciano. Councilwoman Williams.
Thank you, Council President. So first, I'd just like to make some announcements. The next North Ward Citizens Police Advisory Council meeting will be at Galilee Baptist Church on May 21st, Wednesday. We're back to our third Wednesday schedule from 5:30 to 7. Please join us. Also, this past Saturday, we had Mayor Palmer's celebration, the dedication of the annex for him, and it was a beautiful afternoon, beautiful morning. So I'm sure there's video of it everywhere, but it was a great day, great positive day in our city. Voter registration deadline is coming up May 20th for the upcoming June 10th primary election, particularly for governor. Please check your registration status. You can register online at vote.nj.gov. Again, vote.nj.gov rather. And also make sure that you can register to vote if you haven't previously or you updated your address. Trenton Tonight is coming this Friday night, May 9th in downtown from 5 to 7. And it's presented by the Trenton UEZ, the Urban Enterprise Zone. So please come down, have some fun, spend some money at our businesses. Bless you. Also, this Friday from 4 to 6 in Calwater Park will be the Kickball Day of Fun for teens and adults. So if you haven't played kickball in a while, might be a little bit of good exercise, way to make some friends, meet some other Trentonians. Also coming up on Thursday, May 15th at 6 p.m. is the Trenton Eat Local event at Royal Cakes, 240 East 8th Street. That is in the North Ward, part of our downtown, so please join them and also look for other activities with Trenton Eat Local. Additionally, with just some comments I want to make on some of the issues from tonight. Regarding the other municipalities in TWW, my understanding is that Hamilton Township recently or so-ish recently did pay $700,000 towards what they owe. They still owe us more money, as do other municipalities. We should be going after them. And I know Mr. Bridges is looking at everything he can do, and I am confident in what the law department and our city will do to make sure we get that money because they owe it to us. They're not going to take our waterworks. We saved the waterworks in 2009, 2010. We're going to do it again. We're not going to have DEP or someone try to pry it from us. If we have to, we'll fight in the streets. We'll fight in the hills, just like Winston Churchill said, but they're not going to take it. This is something that belongs to Trenton. It is our greatest asset, and they owe us the money. Start paying the money. I'd like to also congratulate and say thank you to the two new members of the Animal Welfare Advisory Board. It's great to have a final compliment, and we look forward to what they'll do in the future to make sure their animal shelter is better than it was before, and we'll keep on improving in the future, particularly when it comes to the care and love of our four-legged friends. Also, I see Captain Beirути and a lot of the firemen were here tonight from engine number 6. It's a great night after several years of looking into this problem, and I was thankful that the fire department asked me to come out in the summer of 23 to see how bad the wood floor was, that we indeed will now have a contract approved and everything as of tonight to re-pour a concrete floor at engine number 6 on North Clinton Avenue. That is a great thing for our city and for the surrounding neighbors and residents because it will cut down on time for fire trucks to go to fires, but also now we won't have the problem of not being able to have fire trucks inside the firehouse in the wintertime because of the cold freezing the water. So I just want to close with two small things, well, actually the big things, but regarding Kingsbury, I could not be prouder of this council on what we've done. From originally 2 years ago, touring Kingsbury, identifying the problems, bringing them to the public, but also with our subcommittee, making sure that the developers who are here tonight did all the right things and made sure while they were waiting to get approvals done for everything they had to do, they took care of the folks who are there now. Things can always be better, but we've done a lot of great work together. The final ask I have, I want to ask you this of everyone, is if you see someone blocking a fire hydrant with your car, with their car, please call 609-989-4000 and report that vehicle so it will get fined. We need to stop people from parking in front of fire hydrants for safety's sake. Thank you very much. God bless.
Thank you, Councilwoman Williams. So I'm going to kind of be brief. One, I just want to thank everyone who stayed and shared their thoughts and concerns with us and council. I know it was a long meeting, so just want to say thank you for your time. To Ms. Thompson Covington, who left out, I did speak to her earlier, and we don't want to tolerate anyone being discriminated against regardless of whatever the fact is, and even being spoke to in a certain manner. So those concerns will be sent over. So thank you for sharing that with us. And as far as the parking, as we all know, we do have issues with the parking. We're trying to come up with our solutions. We've been working on different things. And that was one of the reasons why the parking sign came up tonight also. To Ms. Clark, Ms. McBride, and Ms. Vaughn, thank you for your thoughts, for sharing and being engaged. As always, I personally am not in favor of us selling our Trenton Water Department, as mentioned earlier by most of my colleagues who said it very well. And as I mentioned earlier in the meeting, I think we just need to be more aggressive now and start getting our money back. So that way, we can have the funds and start to reinvest into the infrastructure and do the upgrades that are needed in our water department. But like I do agree with us, we need to be more aggressive in collecting the money that is owed to us. And some of those requests were made. Council members, I know we did request for, and it was shared with us what is owed to us from different municipalities. And that's where a lot of the pressure is coming from, because we know we have over millions of dollars being owed to us from different avenues, Hamilton, Ewan, a couple of them. So I agree with you 1000%. I am not in favor of selling the Trenton Water Department, and nor were we involved in or approve or agreed to have DEP send out an RFP. I know they don't seek approval from us, but what we were unaware of that. We found out just like everyone else found out. So please know that this council, for the most part, most of us here, I can't speak for every single person that some are not here, but the ones that are here, I can tell you that we are not in favor of it, and we are asking the questions. And I know Ms. Vaughn also mentioned the pilot money and money that is owed to us from DCA. So there's something we'll definitely do some research on. But I do want to make a quick couple announcements. Thank you to my colleagues for supporting the ordinances that were brought forth. I know we was just going to do some working out and some kinks, but I appreciate that. I mean, the whole purpose was for us to not continue to have the burden placed on the city when it comes to financially taking care of certain emergency or certain malfunctions in different buildings that house some of our residents. So I just want to say thank you for that. And then I also want to send prayers out to Joy Ingram, who was actually hit by a vehicle, and just the sense of humanity. Like, some people, the person that hit her actually drug her for a while she was on this bike, and then jumped out and ran. So it's just like, where do we actually come together as a community and deal with those issues? Like, who could actually leave someone after they've hit them, drug them for a while, and then get up and just run out and leave? So prayers going out to the Ingram family, and just let her know that we've been checking on her. A couple of more announcements. There are preschool enrollments that are going off. So if you have a 3 or 4-year-old, please, you can register your kids for free at one of our preschools. Food pantry, there's a kickoff for a food pantry for North Clinton Benevolence Project. That's going to be this Saturday, May 10th at 10 a.m. I know Councilwoman Williams brought up the circus squad, and then also the kickball. There's a circus squad 10-year celebration at the Cure Bank Arena, May 8th. The kickball starts Friday at Cowwater Park. And then we just want to acknowledge our Asian American and Pacific Islanders, which is their Heritage Month, is Mental Health Awareness Month. It's also Jewish American Heritage Month. And then I also want to say Happy Mother's Day to all of the mothers out there, specifically my mother, the quiero mucho, mom. And I believe that is all I have for this evening. Thank you all so much for being patient with us and being here with us this evening. Thank you to our directors also for staying in here, and Ms. Lourdes for stepping in for Mr. Garcia. Good night, everyone. Sorry, executive session. We're not going to have
We're not going to have
executive session.
executive session tonight. We just need a motion to adjourn.
We need a motion to adjourn, please.
Second.
I almost forgot all about.
Call the roll.
Lourdes, you got to call a roll call, Lourdes. Roll call to adjourn.
Roll call for adjournment, Councilwoman.
Speaker.
The microphone.
Microphone.
It's all right. It's a lot of moving parts.
Okay.
Ms. Lourdes, come on, we're trying to go home, honey.
Yes.
Councilwoman Feliciano.
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams.
She said Councilwoman Williams.
Councilwoman
Yeah,
Gonzalez.
yes.
Okay. It's 9:37. Oh, God.